the moderator of today, I would like to make some couple of announcements. Obviously, the first announcement will be when sharing photos or any information on your social media, please make sure that you use the hashtag TAIC 2024 and Youth in ICT for Nyerere Day. We're going to display on screen, but also if you see this QR code here, please scan, send your question or anything you would like to share with the moderators, or if you want to ask any questions. Once again, welcome to the TAIC 2024, and I would like to welcome the moderator before he can welcome our guest of honor to give us a brief speech. Karibu sana, Mr. Mungi.
Good morning, everyone. I'll not do anything until when you reciprocate my salams. Good morning. Yeah, at least that makes sense, and it gives me energy to kickstart the day. Welcome to this very important day for our youth, not in Tanzania, because our youth compete at the international level. So this is a very critical day for ICT and the youth in Tanzania, being a Mwalimu Nyerere's day. Mwalimu Nyerere was once a youth, and I'm sure his work in renovation, much as it might not be of ICT, but we are where we are because of his intelligence, and which I see in some of us here. And before I call the Director General to come and give us our keynote lecture, first of all, I recognize the presence of Mr. Emmanuel Mkilia, the DG to Personal Data Protection Commission. I'm sure the youth also need to understand it exists, and that being the case, all your innovations and everything will be in safe hands with the PDPC and the ICTC working together. May I now request to call upon the chairman of the board of ICTC to come and give us our opening speech. Tafadhali sana, Daktari Mwalimu Mzee mwenzangu, karibu sana. Thank you for those who have claps. Some more claps, please.
Master of Ceremony. Well, I have a very small job today because all of us who are here are ICT experts. So I'm not even going to follow the protocol, starting to say honorable, honorable. There is no honorable here. And my job is just so simple: to declare our session today open and invite our DG for keynote speaker speech. Thank you very much.
When I grow old or being a senior citizen, I would like to be like professor here. Dr. Nkundwe needs no introduction, as you all know. He's going to make this day a very important day. Dr. Nkundwe, tafadhali, karibu. We are waiting for you, and actually your keynote speech will set the day on. Karibu.
Thank you very much, Innocent, for your kindly introduction. Chairman of the Board of ICT Commission, Director General of Personal Data Protection Commission, representative from UNESCO, who has been kind enough to come and join us today. We know that we have a big session with them tomorrow. Officials from the government, my fellow ICT professional, ladies and gentlemen. Mine also is not a very lengthy speech, but I just want to touch on a few things because we are very lucky enough in this year. We are lucky because the Youth Day in ICT, we are celebrating two things. We are celebrating Nyerere Day, and also we are celebrating Youth in ICT Day, of which we are going to look at success and also the challenges that youth are facing in the area of ICT. I would like to just give a brief history of father of our nation, Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere. He was a visionary enough, and he knew that for our economy to grow, we need to adopt new technologies. And what he did at that time, he made sure that he's institutionalizing technology. He's creating institutions, the institutions that will be vested on different kind of things which he aimed our economy to be built upon. And one of the institutions that was created, the work of creating that institution started in 1970s, but in 1986 it was created. The institution which is called COSTECH. That was the vision of Mwalimu, and Mwalimu knew that through research, science and technology, that's how our economy will constantly be competitive. And we'll be able to create our local industries. And those industries will be driven by young people. So the young people to us are assets. Assets in two ways. Young people are able to innovate. Young people, they are able to cope with the changes of technologies which are coming now. And of course, if you look at the landscape of technology in general in Tanzania, we have a number of institutions because we have institutionalized these things. For example, DIT is an institution which was created even before independence, and we kept it. And this is an institution that is churning out different kind of human resources that are needed in the area of technology. We have an institution that they are building research in the industry like Tildo, which has to do that work. We have a number of universities. At this particular juncture, we have more than 32 universities, of which also they are doing research and they are churning different kind of talent. That shows our country has a vision in the area of technology, and the youth are very important. So now to start with projections. In Africa, we expect in the year 2063, youth of the age between 15 and 34 are going to be 1 billion. So we are going to have 1 billion youth, according to this projection, in the year 2063. What does this thing mean? This means the future of the growth or the drive of the growth of the economy in the world will depend on the youth who are in Africa. Because the youth of Africa of that age are consumers, are innovators, they are not fearing experimenting on new technologies and things of that sort. Now, if you look at our country at this particular time, the youth of the age between 15 to 34, they are almost at 3% of the population of Tanzania. And that one, it is approximately 21 million youth there in Tanzania. So youth are very important for any economy, to drive the economy, to ensure that the economy is always growing and things continue to be like that. We look at youth in a certain vantage point. We look at them as the one that are going to create startup companies, the one that are able to innovate in AI, in robotics, right? And they are going to create two things in our economy. One is to create decent jobs. Two is to ensure that our sector contributes substantially in the GDP of our country. And the presentation that I'm going to give after this remarks that I'm giving now is how can we calculate the contribution of AI and robotics to the GDP of a country. And of course, in extension of that, how can we measure the contribution of digital economy of itself to the GDP of a country? Because there's a confusion in that, and I'm trying to discern it and also to put it for you so that we can start to discuss together how to measure it properly. From the way things are looking now, you'll see in my presentation that the contribution of digital economy in Africa, it's almost around 7 point something. It's a 7 point something % of collective GDP of the continent. But in our case, it shows that the contribution of our GDP is 1.5, which I think the issue is not that we don't have a digital economy. I think the issue is how do we measure it. So it's upon you, youth, to discuss together to ensure that we measure these things properly. So going forward, we depend on youth to ensure that the vision that our country has is a vision that is going to be driven by youth, vision that it will be driven by knowledge economy, the economy which is constantly driven by innovation, and innovation we expect that they will create economic growth, not only economic growth, but sustainable economic growth. And also we have a pool of population that they will consume our services or our products. So in case of Tanzania, and if you look at Africa, there is a market. There is a market of, when we reach 2063, of 1 billion youth. Youth are the one that normally they sustain economy. They consume, they have dreams, they build house, they open companies and things like that. So for our country to have 33% of the youth between 15 and 34, it is something that is very special for our economy. And we do want to ensure that we equip youth who are very conversant with the new technologies that are coming, including AI and robotics, Internet of Things, blockchain technology, big data analytics, and things like of that sort. So with a few remarks, I'm thankful very much for this opportunity to give my remarks, and I'm ready now to give my presentation. Thank you. Now, if you look at the first slide, I did show the picture of a robot that is having an helmet like an engineer. Of course, that's the future that we are looking at. We are looking at the future where youth, they'll be working hand to hand together with robots to do one thing. Not for robots to replace their job, but for robots to work with a smart youth who are going to increase their productivity. Because all these things of robotics and AI, the philosophical ground of all this technology is to pursue the challenge that we have for a long time, the challenge of increasing productivity. So I'll start with this slide. The slide shows, according to IDC, AI will contribute 19.9 trillion US dollars to the global economy through 2030, and will drive 3.5 of the global GDP in 2030. What does it things means? The collective GDP of Africa, that is not digital economy of Africa, but the collective GDP of it is 3.5, I think, or 3.3 trillion US dollars. So the economy that is going to be driven by AI is substantially big. Now the issue now is how can we be part of that? Because in the new economy, we don't want to be the consumers of other people's services and products, but we want also to be the innovators who can conquer other markets, provide services to ensure that in this 19.9, which is going to be reached by 2030, we are going to get a certain slice of it in our country. Of course, there are a number of things which need to be done. We need to invest on very talented youth, to have a network which can carry the workflows of AI, to ensure that we build data centers, and things of that sort. So all of that is going in the right direction, but we need to be part of this global economy and to get a slice of that. Next. Now, the slide of digital economy, to get the picture of what this thing is. There are different definitions of it. Many people, they have different meaning, but this picture is the one that depicts, in my opinion, a very good picture. If you look to the left of this picture, you see they've written emerging technologies. These are the technologies that are driving the digital economy. And the technology that we normally hear, 5G, of course now they are talking about even 6G, cloud computing, because in the Internet of Things you can have one dedicated server. Things need to be in cloud so that computation can be done pervasively. Internet of Things is another way on how we capture data using sensors. Artificial intelligence, get meaning out of data and creating things that are meaningful to us. Big data analytics, if you make systems to be able to talk to each other, you create something that they call data lakes, and that is another word for big data. So there's a way on how to build capacity on how to analyze this a lot of data. There's a virtual reality and augmented reality. These are the innovation which are happening on top of data, which utilize the computation power that we have to create another world on how you visualize things. We hear things of like the metaverse and things like that, so this is part of it. Cybersecurity, of course, is a pillar. Without security, there's no way people will be able to use systems. They will lose trust, and once there's no trust, there's no digital economy. And then robotics. Things which are going to work with us to increase our productivity. Not to replace our job, but to increase our productivity. So that is one side. If you see any economy that you interact with this kind of technology, it means you are going there. And then there's an enablers, things which are enabling the whole economy to move the way we want. And those are, of course, you need to have strategies and regulations. You need to have a digital infrastructure which is capable of scaling the traffic which is needed in the workflows of AI. We need to have data, which is very crucial. That's why we talk nowadays that there's a concept of data sovereignty and things of that sort. But we need to have our data. AI needs our data. Robotics, because they utilize AI, they need data also. And digital skills. It's a human being who are going to be the one that innovate around all these technologies. So these are the enablers. So any economy that has all these things, it means they'll start to enjoy the digital economy. Then there is a trend. You need to look at the trends in the economy or global economy. What are the trends which are driving us to adopt digital economy? So the trends are the dominance of digital business models. How can you know about this? I think we all witnessed, I think 2 months ago or 3 months ago, there was a disruption of the internet. And this disruption really showed us that our economy, to a substantially big percent, depend on internet infrastructure. There are some business which crumbled, right? If that thing happened and business were going as usual, then it means we don't have digital economy. But we have digital economy. There was a lot of disruption in our economy. There are some people whose business model relying on social media platforms, they couldn't work, to say the truth. So the trends, one is dominance of digital business models. Two, there is a concept of the business where they say we have to move from providing service to start to provide experience. That is, people, they want not only going to a restaurant and eat food, but they want to go to the restaurant that is using big data analytics to know what is your preference of the food you want, and they can offer things you want to offer. That is, things are moving from providing services and they work on fulfilling the experience that you want. So utilization of big data to understand exactly how you are. And then rise of industry ecosystem. That is, you will find that in the manufacturing side, manufacturing companies, they depend on other people in the value chain. That is, a problem of, you might find a problem which is happening in country A, can affect manufacturing in country B. Nowadays, things are not looked at, I have one factory, but you need to look at this factory depends in the value chain to what other people. So many institutions nowadays, they take advantage of our ecosystem. And then new business models. And these new business models that we see is e-commerce, digital government, fintech. We see a lot of things that are happening in our country, things which were not there before 1995, right? Like all these drivers of like the Ubers and everything, these are just new business models. The fintechs. Fintechs initially used to be the services which are offered by established banks. But nowadays we have people that they innovate around that thing. So these four things together, if you see them in any economy, to a certain extent, that show that there is a digital economy there. So I wanted to show this picture and explain it very clearly so that we can see now how can we calculate to know the actual contribution. So global perspective. I'll start from the global, and then we can start to go in our country. So the global perspective is show, according to the World Bank, the digital economy makes up more than 15% of global GDP, right? So there's a GDP of the world, and digital economy, it started even less than 1, but as time goes, it keeps growing. Why it keeps growing is because many sectors nowadays, they digitalize their processes. Once you digitalize their processes, then it's easy to know the contribution, right? So it's 15%. And it creates a job, like the way you see that, 30 million jobs by 2030. In 2014, digital economy was around 4.5% of the GDP. So it does really show that many sectors of economy, they digitalize their processes, they adopt ICT as a competitive advantage or means on how they can ensure that they become competitive and things like that, and the contribution is keeping growing. There's a country like in India, digital economy is contributing 20% of the economy, right? So it's really big. Average in Africa is 7.5, but there are some countries which they digitalize things very much. They are using all those technologies I'm talking about, and the contribution is very, very big. That is global. So let's look at OECD. OECD is those countries that are they are highly industrialized, right? The kind of the economy that they have is really vibrant. They are around, I think, 30-something countries. One thing that it did show, sector of ICT in the economy, if you look at the total economy, their total economy was not growing that much, but ICT was the one that growing too fast, right? And that's the reason why we truly need to know how to measure it. If you know how to measure, you know if the sector is really rising or it's not rising. Because the picture that we have now, for the past 10 years, our digital economy is showing is contributing 1.5, it doesn't grow, and I don't believe that. I believe the challenge that we have is how do we measure it? We do know without ICT, there are many sectors are going to crumble. For example, financial sector, tourism sector, transportation sector in some percentage. And of which, when we look at the statistics of those sectors, it shows that they grow. So we think inside of those sectors, there's a certain percent is belonging to ICT. But we need to know how to measure that. So this is how the trend was from year 2013 to 2035, 23 in OECD countries. The growth is very, very substantial. Now, if you look at, they've listed all these countries that are in OECD country. If you look at the growth of ICT sector, and you calculate the average, so the average growth to them is 7.6%. very similar to the growth in Africa. But ours is somewhere here. We are not member of OECD, but ours is somewhere here. Somewhere between 0 and 2, which I think is not fair. And I build the case that we need to ensure we calculate it properly. Of course, also they did look at why you have to care about digital economy, right? You need to care about digital economy because digital economy is resilient even the time that you have a catastrophe. And one of the global catastrophes that we faced was COVID-19. During COVID-19, I think we all remember, other sector, they crumbled, right? But it's only ICT which took flight out of it. So it's really important to ensure that we know how to measure, we look at where there's the challenges, and we ensure that it grows. So the sector of ICT grew from 2019 to 2021, that is the time of COVID. Other economy went to negative. Only ICT is the one that it took a flight. What does it show? It shows that if we do want to create a resilient economy, we need to invest also in ICT because that's the one that can withhold shocks which can happen in the economy of the world. Now, there are models. Now I'm coming to the, thank you. Now I'm coming to the actual way on how they contribute, they calculate the contribution. There is a method which is used by looking at the data that are residing in Google. Google, they have a lot of data. Everyone knows about it. There's a way on how they use artificial intelligence. They use non-traditional data and machine learning techniques to complement official statistics of digitalization of an economy. And of course, since we are all experts, we know things about artificial neural networks. It sifts through data and looking for data that are relevant in the calculations, and then they can predict basically the contribution is what. And this method is called newcast model. The newcast model is using the data which is in the internet, and they can calculate. So that can be one option of it by using that. Now, measurement of contribution of digital economy in the GDP, we did do in the ICT Commission a desk study, a study on what other people are doing to measure the contribution of their digital economy. So we did look at Thailand. They are using system of national accounts, which is the standard of 2008. We have the same standard in here. It's not that we don't have. And preliminary guidelines on the development of digital supply use table. Digital supply use table is a very crucial table. It's just a table which shows which digital product or services that other people are supplying to your economy, right? And also they look at digital services and products that you use. So it's a table which shows digital supply side, digital use side. Why this table is very important? It is very important to know if other people are supplying too much to you, then it does tell you that you need to innovate and create local grown services and products that they can compete with what other people are supplying to you. And also, when you know what things your people are using, consuming, in terms of services and goods, then you can understand that maybe to stimulate more youth, what things I'm supposed to do. So we are working on developing this for digital services. At this particular juncture, it's not there. That's why there's a 1.5, it doesn't grow. Because that 1.5, it looks only in telecommunication transaction. miamala and things of that sort. It doesn't look at, for example, if you use a card, you go to the hotel and you pay by card. It doesn't show. It will show in the recreational sector, not in ICT. Just because the table, we have not yet developed our table, and it's supposed to be our table, which shows on how we consume. So they have their digital supply and use table. In the normal statistics, it's called supply and use table. You look at the things that other people are supplying to you and the things that you consume. And there's a model on how they calculate there, and they can understand what's the contribution of what you have. And of course, in OECD, they have something that they call digital economy satellite account. It's an account which shows the activities which are happening only in digital economy. Once you have those, you get all those, like for example, now we use GPG to do payments. That one doesn't show anything as a contribution in ICT, right? But it's supposed to show. It's supposed to show when you use ICT, how much do you save by using ICT? That one also is not captured, right? So these are the things that we are supposed to work on that. So Thailand did that. And this is just an extract of what they have captured. For example, there's something that they call value added of digital economy. What value digitalization have added in transportation, in financial services, in tourism, and other sectors? We need to be able to capture that, right? In construction industry, because those are our contribution. So they capture all of those things based on value at the current market, and they calculated their contribution. And also, they did show their GDP, how it grows. Data of the GDP we have. Value added of digital economy, in our case, is not properly captured. It's only captured in the vouchers, the time that you spend in making calls, and maybe doing transaction of M-Pesa, but those are considered as financial services, not IT services. And then they calculate the percentage of digital contribution to GDP based on that, right? And in 2017, 9, 2018, 10, 2019, 11, 20, 11, it went down a bit, and then 21, it shoots up. Of course, this is a study which was done up to 21, so I don't have the data for that, but it does show it grows. And if we look at the time of COVID, we all remember that COVID, some countries, they did lockdown, and they were relying on ICT. So it does show there's a truth of this data, because in those years, it started to grow. So that's the thing that we need to do. As the youth, we need to understand those dynamics. Now, how is it measured? But I'm using the OECD conceptual framework because many countries which have embarked into this journey, they use that framework of those countries. And they've divided activities based on the following. One, there is something that they call the core measure. That is the most important measure of the contribution of digital economy to the general economy of a country. And the core measure, according to them, is a digital economy as an output. They didn't look at input, they look as an output. So as an output produced by firms. So we need to know companies, right? And this is what shows that there's a bigger importance of us to ensure that BLELA is digitalizing itself and we can get data from those companies. So it's by a firm that are intended to fulfill or enable a function of information processing and communication by electronic means. And they say, including transmission and display. This including computer devices, parts, connecting devices, digital communication services, softwares, communication services, and digital internet services, digital content, and data services. So we need to see this as an output. That's one. At the current juncture, I think you remember what I said. In the current juncture, it is transaction of the telecommunication, it is time you spend in making calls. That is what contributes to 1.5. From this core definition, we don't have those data, right? We can't see them properly. And we need to see them as a core. So core is a very important part that we need to work on. And then, step number 2, once you have the core, once you have core, then there's a narrow measure. The narrow measure says, now you know how to measure the core, right? The processing and things like that. You need to plus economic activities reliant on digital inputs. So now comes the case of the time. I think 2 months ago we had a disruption of internet. I think we all remember that, right? And there were businesses which were truly, truly disrupted by that. We were supposed to capture that data and start to understand that. So it is economic activity reliant on digital input. This includes smart devices, right? For example, there are some places they've started to install smart meters, true or not true, right? So those smart meters, they run on data network. We are supposed to get data on that and other smart devices that we know. So smart devices, electronic commerce, right? Platform services, business services, transportation services. For example, if our rapid bus transport system will start to use ticketing system, right? Ticketing system, even though it issues tickets, but it depends on internet or some sort of network. So that we're supposed to capture too. Travel and accommodation services, ticketing, the hotels and things like that, they depend on that. We're supposed to capture that information. Financial and insurance services. Nowadays you can buy insurance using your phone. Completely different from the way we used to do it before. That one is supposed to be captured. Education services, health services, entertainment services, sports and recreational services, and those with digital transmission. The blogs, everything. We are supposed to get that data. How to get that data? I think economists, they'll tell us how to do that. But it's very important. So that is a narrow measure. It's a narrow measure because once you conquer the core measures, then it's easy to see the economic activity which depends on the core. That's not the end. We have the broad measure. And the broad measure is built on top of narrow measure, right? Narrow measure depends on the core measure. Once you have all those, so it says the narrow measure plus economic activities significantly enhanced by digital input. That is, activities, the narrow is that they depend, but this is enhanced. So this includes industrial production. There are companies nowadays, including there's a factory in Tanzania here, is in Dar es Salaam, which is 70% it's run by robots. So that is enhancement. Because robots, we know, they don't have leave, they can work 24 hours, 7 weeks, no allowance, no anything. When you start to use that one, of course, productivity will increase. So these things which are enhanced, agriculture production, general business activities, and all those enhanced by digital input. For example, electronic and digital devices, point of sale services, those POS, automation, robotics, those are becoming engaged and substituted human being resources as a factor of production. So we need to be able to capture that. And this is the reason why the theme of this conference is talking about AI and robotics in relationship to socio-economic development. So this is a broad measure. We are supposed to be able to measure in this way. Then we need also to measure digital society. So this is a broad measure, things which are enhanced by digital, plus other activity reliant on or significantly enhanced by digital input. This includes digital services such as internet platform activities. Internet service providers that we are using, the WhatsApp, the Instagram, and other platforms that we know. Health knowledge sharing. We use internet nowadays to get information that has to do with health and things like that. Information experience exchange by individuals and organizations, public information sharing, Wikipedia, and web services. So different kind of services which are helping the society. We need to build our capacity on measuring these activities so that we understand. So these are the countries that when we see that they say contribution of GDP is 20%, 12 or 6 like that, they built capacity to measure the core up to digital society activities. And we need to be able to do that. Now, there is once you capture all those 4 levels, you are able to get your data, then there is a method of calculating it. There are 3 methods. The 3 methods of calculation of the GDP are: you can calculate based on production. So you purely look at the outputs. You get the production, like for example, before you use ICT or before you digitalize, you used to make, say, 20 cars. When you automate with the same input, you are making 100 cars. So the difference is what is contributed somehow with ICT. So you can measure it based on production. Or you can measure based on expenditure that you make. Or you can measure based on the income approaches. Now, and this one is in line with national income account systems, which is a system based on standard industrial classification. This is international standard. Of course, in the case of Thailand, they have 134 economic activities that they capture. So we need to look at all the economic activities, and then we start to track them to know how it is. Now, expenditure approach. Expenditure approach is a calculation of the final demand within the boundary of digital economy. So not final demand in other type of economy, in the boundary of digital economy, of which composed of household final consumption. So you need to look at the household level, which things that they are consuming, that they depend on digital. Government final consumption, gross fixed capital formation, export and import. We need to get this data. Once we have this data, we can use expenditure approach and we'll get the contribution. Income approach, calculation of the return to factors of production, which are return to labor, wages and salaries, operating surpluses, mixed income, depreciation, and net indirect taxes. So we need to look at that on this level to see when you start to digitalize, or what type of savings that you get in terms of, like, you had 500 staff, you digitalize, you have 200 staff, there is a savings there. So you can look at the expenditure and know digitalization has helped us in this thing and thing. For example, within the government, when they introduce GPG as a gateway of payment, there is a collection of government revenue which increased in a substantial way. We could have used this method to see that before we introduced that payment gateway, the collection was like this. And when you started to use it, has reached like that. This is a contribution of it. Or, for example, the system like Muse. Before Muse, it was like this. After Muse, maybe the expenditure has gone down. So these are the things we need to get data on and to calculate. And those are the things that I strongly believe that we measure ourselves wrongly. Oh, I think I've income approach, expenditure approach. Yeah. Production approach, I've looked at it. Expenditure, and then the income approach. So these are three ways on how we can calculate to see the contribution of digital economy to our economy. And some other people, what they do is they use three methods and see if there's a big discrepancy into it, right? It cannot be one-to-one, but maybe if you calculate well, it will not differ that much. So this is how things are done. And it's important for you to know about it. Now, I zoom down to Tanzania. Okay, there are successes of our digital economy, of which we like to talk about it. For example, this is a study which was done by Oxford University about how Tanzania fares in terms of the whole digital economy, or network readiness, how they call it. So they did use statistics from other indexes, but they compiled them together. And I've captured indicators that show that we are doing fine. This was last year. Privacy protection by law, that number show the ranking we have globally, not in Africa, globally. So in global, we are number 8. And that's a testimony that we have a law of data protection. We have an institution which is vested on that, right? So we are number 8 in the world. Fiber to home, we are number 16 in the world, right? Many people were disputing a bit about this, but it's true. We are number 16 in the world, not in Africa. Cybersecurity, we are 45, but now, according to ITU, we are number 1 among 46 countries which are in top tiers. We did score 99.27%. So we have remained with some few points to reach 100%. That's why we are in the group. They call tier 1 groups of countries which have scored between 95 to 100. And then there is an issue of investment in emerging technologies. We are 59. There's an investment in that. Contrary to many people's belief, R&D expenditure by government, we are 61 in the world. Mobile broadband internet traffic within the country, we are 63. AI scientific publication, we are 64. Domestic market size, we are 68. And this is another reason that I say we need to truly find a way on how to get the data and calculate our contribution. From how they see it from abroad, they see that our market is bigger. It's above $1 billion US dollars market of our country. So this shows we have a good economy, digital economy, and we depend on youth to ensure that they amplify that. These statistics have shown cumulative GDP contribution in Africa is 7%. Ours is 1.5, but 1.5 I believe is not very well measured, and I believe that we need to measure it well. Contribution to GDP, this is a normal GDP, not in some other countries in Africa. It shows Africa is 7. If you look at Rwanda, is 2%. Then revenue collection in our sector is 4% in the total revenue. This is not the GDP. GDP is 1.5. In Kenya, it's 8. Of course, it's 8 in Kenya because they measure something that they call ICT-enabled services, of which we don't measure. Look at Uganda, 9%. So ours can't be 1% at all. I don't believe that. Contribution globally, US, 10%. If you look at England, it's 4.5. It creates jobs in that percent. And 7.7% contribution in GDP. In Korea, is 10.8. They are having these higher numbers is because they capture data and they use those methods that I've been articulating. Now, we have our digital economy. The digital economy is a 10-year document we have launched this year, and it shows ambition thing that we want to do. And I would like to talk very quickly about this so that youth will understand what type of tax that they have from now up to 2034. We look at these sectors of economy, and we want to leverage on them by digitalizing them and taking advantage and build our economy so that our economy will go very fast. If you can remember, in the narrow measure did it say that there are sectors which are highly affected by digital inputs, and those sectors are this one. If you remove IT in the media and the creative entertainment sector, will we going to have those sectors? The answer is no, because those sectors are truly depending on ICT, on many things that they do. Blue economy, the same thing, education, retail, finance. So these are the sectors that we have focused them on in the framework that we have of 10 years to ensure that we catapult our economy and our economy will go very fast. Of course, we have our mission and vision to transform Tanzania through cutting-edge, supportive, affordable digital technology solutions and skills in all areas. So we do depend on use on that. We have our mission there. I'll go fast. And we have our pillars. The pillars of digital economy, they look at digital financial services because we need to invest on that part because financial services are those activities that touch basically everyone. Digital inclusion to ensure that no one is left behind, and also accessibility to ensure that people can access services, they can access telecommunication services, devices, and things of that sort. Digital innovation culture, we build a culture where youth are not afraid of creating startups and things of that sort. Digital literacy and skills, we have people that they are like you, good in ICT, but we have to ensure that all Tanzanians are also captured there, and we ensure that they have a knowledge and skills that will enable them to use systems of that sort. Governance and enabling infrastructure, we have to have an enabling infrastructure that will enable innovators to innovate without any fear, to ensure that Tanzania's digital economy can attract other investors and things of that sort. And enabling digital infrastructure like electricity, the train that we have, the smart roads, and things of that sort. So we do look at everything which is important in that. And in the issue of enabling infrastructure, we do look at basic facilitative digital infrastructure, hard infrastructure, and soft digital infrastructure. That you need to look at everything that can support the economy. Basic infrastructure, like the way I've explained, is road infrastructure, railway, airport, electric power grid, and things like that. All of these, they're important for them to be digitalized. And the way we digitalize them, of course, we all understand, sensors. If you put sensor in this infrastructure, you can digitalize without any problem. Software infrastructure is like the interoperable system that you hear we are talking about, making system to be able to talk to each other. Mifumo izungumze and things of that sort is one of them. To stimulate the following things: e-government, e-financial, e-education, e-health, e-commerce, and things of that sort. So in that area, there are things of like Jamii number, of which you know it very well. We are about to deploy it. Jamii data lake, the big data of our data, to have our data in our country. National public key infrastructure, digital platforms, and e-services. These are key for any digital economy to thrive it properly. There's a pillar of governance which deals with law regulation. We have to make sure that our laws always are keeping on time of all these changes so that we can have a digital economy that is really vibrant and other people that can participate into it. Then we have these objectives of the sectorial policies. We do need to look at how we can create policies and framework in the sectorial way to ensure that things are going as fast as possible. Digital skills, there's not much I can say about it. All Tanzanians are supposed to be digital to have a literacy of the digital, because everything is going to be in digital. We need to know how to use it. Of course, to innovate using Kiswahili is very important to ensure that we capture everybody. Then there's innovation culture. We want to build a culture where youth are able to create, or not fear to create startups, and the environment is not hostile for startup culture. Then inclusion is very important. We want to make sure that no one is left behind, because in this transformation that we are doing, digital transformation, which is going on now, if someone is going to be left behind, it's going to be really catastrophic. Then there's the digital financial services. These are the key, because financial services are one of the services that we really, really depend on. We do transaction every day, and we need to ensure that we digitize the process as quickly as possible. With that, I thank you very much. This is the end of my presentation. I welcome if there's any question or clarification that need to be done. Thank you.
Can we put our hands together again for Dr. Nkundwe Mwasaga, tafadhali? Well, we allow at least 2 questions quickly. We are behind schedule for almost an hour now. To mind if we can have the microphone, we have 2 questions. If we don't have, Dr. Nkundwe will ask us some questions. Yes, I see one there, Doctor.
Yeah, Dr. Nkundwe, thanks so much for a good presentation you've done. My name is John Kajiba from Economic in the Social Research Foundation, Dar es Salaam. I have 2 issues to share. Number 1 is the digital supply use table. It seems we don't have our table here in Tanzania. I'm trying to see what plans we have to make sure that we have the table. Number 2, I was looking at the GDP data we are communicating here. We are referring at 2021. So that shows maybe you have a problem in data, or in that indicator is not collected. And maybe what are the plans to make sure that such kind of important indicator, we collect data annually, so that this year maybe you could report the data for 2023 rather than 2021. Thanks so much for now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kajiba, for those comments. I totally agree with you. The crux of the matter with contribution of GDP, it boils down to data. And like the way I articulated before, the data which are readily available are those data which are captured by TCRA, right? They have a system which can capture how much people are transacting, right? And also how much people are spending in calls. Now, other activities, they are supposed to be, first of all, being developed in digital supply use table. Because we have supply use table of the normal economy that we have. But we need to develop digital supply use table to articulate which activities we are going to track and get data, right? We, ICT Commission, we have started to embark on that direction. We have built a team, but it's not an exclusive team. We welcome anyone who can join us. Our team is composed of people from Central Bank of Tanzania. We have members from TNBC, which is a Business Council of Tanzania, member from Commission itself. We have been seeking consultation from Professor Wangwe, because he's one of the gurus when it comes to GDP, but the work is still going on. The reason why I have decided to put this presentation here to bring to the light to youth, to understand that these are the things that we are supposed to work on. Now, of course, it's easier for us to take the digital supply table, let's say, of Thailand and adopt it. But the question will be, do you have startups which are embarking on those activities? So another area is we need to build the culture of entrepreneurship, to ensure that there is a number of startups and there is a way on how we can capture the data. Yes. So I totally agree with you. These are the things that we need to work. We need to have a bigger team. We are planning to expand the team so that we resolve this problem as quickly as possible. Because having 1.5% as a contribution in GDP, it defeats when you go somewhere and say, come to Tanzania to invest in digital sector. Because they will ask you, what is the contribution of digital? You say 1.5, and your neighbor, they say 8, 9, and things like that. Yeah, thank you.
Yes. We have a second question there, please. The microphone. Do you have another person? So we'll share the mic after she asks, you'll collect the mic.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. So it was a very interesting presentation, and the thoughts that came to mind were, so many of the companies that are engaged in these activities that contribute to digital economy are privately owned, or so how do in other countries or even in Tanzania, what are the laws that exist for them to kind of, reveal their income, their revenue from being part of the digital economy? And then what are the plans ahead of how can we get that data from them? That's what I was interested in finding out.
Thank you. That's a brilliant question. And it boils down to those three methods I've explained. Sometimes they say firms or startups, they don't reveal their data, right? But you can also calculate based on expenditure, because startups, when they offer a service, there's someone who is utilizing the service and pay for it. We can get data from people who are using the services, like government and all those people, and we can calculate based on expenditure, purely, right? Or startups also, they can reveal their data. But the infrastructure, our infrastructure need to be improved, I can say. For example, if you look at how companies are registered in our institutions that do business registration, we don't have many choices. True or not true? They will say either ICT services or networking. The choices are very few. Now, if they are registered only, let's say, in 4 categories, there is no way you can develop digital supply use table. Because even if you have, for example, say 100 activities that you track, they are supposed to correspond with the way how companies are registered, so that you will see how things are. And the way how companies are registered is supposed also to be reflected on revenue authority. They should have to be understanding that, okay, this service is an ICT, and we'll put it in a proper category. From how things are going now, it is not that people are not consuming digital services. They do. The only problem is there is no way that will say, if you use Uber, this is contribution of ICT and not contribution in the transportation sector. That is where the issue is. So I think it's categorization. We need to work to ensure that we create digital supply use tables, and then that has to be reflected into the how companies are registered. And also there's something that they call national accounts. National accounts need also to capture all those activities as activities which are used to calculate the GDP. And we are working on that to ensure that we work with the private sector, that's why we have TNBC and other institutions to come out with this solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mkunde. May we have the last question, please?
Thank you so much, Dr. Mkunde. My name is Elizabeth, and my question is, you said a very profound statement about every Tanzanian needs to be equipped with the digital literacy skills. So my question is, how are you gonna, everybody who is participating in ensuring that there is a digital divide amongst youth and people who are far away, how are you going to challenge the status quo to ensure that even graduates who are graduating right now from university will be equipped with the skills? Because currently our education system is more theoretically based than practical. But also, I'm more concerned about the ethical AI. Like, how is it, like, this ethical AI, how is it going to ensure that these manual works, these people in manual works, manual labor, they're transitioning well in their jobs to ensure that they're transitioning well, I mean, in the digital skills?
All right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So two things. If you follow the reforms which have been done in our education system since last year, you'll find, for example, there's a reform on curriculums in primary school, secondary school, right? And they've introduced a bigger dosage of ICT into it, regardless of where we were studying. When it comes to AI, AI is supposed to be studied in all disciplines. It's very different from the way we used to pursue things at the time of ICT. Digital means lawyers are supposed to have some skills on using, not necessarily to designing, but they have to be properly know how to use it. Journalists, doctors, everybody should have basic skills of the AI. And of course, we need to have people that they know how to maintain the systems. And also, we need to have universities which can do advanced research to create models and things of that sort. So now, we have two types of people in Tanzania. There are people who are in the labor market. They are already working, right? Both in public sector, private sector, informal sector. And there are those who are already into the education system. So the one who are in work, two things has to be done. One, to reskill them. Reskilling means people who, like the one you have referred on. And the one who are, say, ICT experts, we need to upskill them. So there are supposed to be different programs for reskilling, upskilling, and ensure that in primary school, anyone who is graduating at least have a basic understanding on how to interact with the AI system. So this is a strategy where the government is following, and we are truly pursuing on that. Thank you very much. I appreciate for all questions.
Thank you, Dr. Nkunde, for your presentation as well as the answers to the questions. I'm sure Dr. Nkunde didn't disappoint us. Can we clap our hands again for Dr. Nkunde? Well, we are at least an hour and 20 minutes late. So the next panel discussion will be on unleashing artificial intelligence and robotics for socio-economic transformation. And I would like to call on moderator, Mr. Zephaniah Reuben, to come to the stage here and call his panel, but have deducted just 12 minutes from your panel discussion so we can catch up with time. Can we clap our hands for Zephaniah?
Okay. Okay. So I'll use this. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I see the energy is down, but we are going to make it. So I'm going to call the people who we are very glad to have them here to talk about how we are going to unleash AI and specifically robotics in socio-economic development. So I would like to call Innocent Charles from Certify. So Certify, they build solutions for businesses and education. So you're welcome. Okay. So the second person I'm going to call here is Elias Patrick from Tech Forward Tanzania. So Tech Forward Tanzania, they just build technological solutions for specifically for community change, or we can put it more good like for a positive community change. And the third person is Emanuele Sanzige from Aya, Africa. Yeah, so Africa, they specifically do mental health solutions. And the last person is Eliud Grigori from Kesho AI. So, yeah, so Eliud and Emmanuel, I think they're not here currently. And we can proceed with Elias Patrick and Innocent Charles. Yeah. First of all, I'm just giving you like 30 seconds to introduce yourself, very, very short, and then you're going to proceed. Yeah, Innocent, you can start.
Hi. Thanks so much, Mr. Zefania. My name is Innocent Charles from Certify. So Certify is basically the AI technology company specialized in Tanzania. So we do research, consultation, as well as product. So I'm very happy to be here. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Habarini za asubuhi. All right, so my name is Elias Patrick, and I'm the Executive Director at Tech4 Tanzania, a youth-led non-profit organization that aims to leverage imaging technologies like AI to drive positive impact or positive change in our community. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Elias, and that was actually nice. So I'm going to start where you ended. Like currently, you're working on emerging technologies to contribute to social development. So do we really see AI helping us to develop, as what Dijo was saying here about the GDP and all other aspects of social development? Do you see we are going to make it specifically in Tanzania?
Thank you so much. How many of us use the calculator? Or you are still using calculator? Can you raise your hand? You're using calculator. Okay, how many decided to go old school and you decided not to use the calculator? How many? Okay, almost none. So, calculator was a technology, right? And most of people didn't like math because you have to do a lot of simultaneous question, a lot of calculations. So sometimes it is even hard for you to solve issues, mathematical issues. So the introduction of calculator was a game changer for those specifically who studied pure mathematics in advance. They know how the importance of this imaging technology, by then called the calculator, how really helped the mathematician, and so many solutions that were built after calculator. I've decided to start there. So coming to the AI, it's a technology that the aim of the technology is to simplify our day-to-day life, to solve our problems from health to agriculture to climate change to all the aspects of human life. So I see there is a great potential for our community, Tanzania, for our government, from our people here in Tanzania to use AI for good, to use AI for building our local solutions. We know our problems, from health facilities to agriculture to education systems. All those information needs, the AI can be part of helping us becoming better. So from agriculture, we talk about food security, we talk about expanding production on products. We are talking about seeing children who are born with some diseases are being cured. So the imaging of artificial intelligence and the robotic is a game changer. It's going to revolutionize how we do things. It is going to, it is even already started bringing some positive impacts. We see so many people now are learning some new skills, some new knowledge, some new insights that are helping us building better solutions. And that is one of the things we are doing actually at Tech Forward, to make sure that we are building our local solutions, because we know the problems that are facing us as Tanzanians, but us as human beings. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elias. That was nice. And that's made me reflect on how it has been a long journey from the time of where people used steam engines, and that was the first industrial revolution. Then we had electricity, that changed everything, and then we had a digital age, or the information age, where we had internet and computers. So I was trying to think from the perspective of one of AI pioneers, Andrew Yang, said like AI is like electricity, and when you try to reflect how electricity is important, you can think of how AI is going to be very transformative. So I wanted to ask you, Innocent, do you see that transformation, and in what aspects specifically we can leverage AI to start even seeing the the positive potential of this technology or this tool?
Yeah, thanks so much. That's very good questions. Yeah, I think AI as one of the most transformative technology we have right now. It could be used in so many areas. For example, in education, healthcare, agriculture, and other areas. So, yeah, to me, it's like, for example, AI. Because AI is all about mimic the human brains, the human knowledge. So, what it does, it basically democratizes the power that maybe previously, I mean, in the back years, there were so many, few people whereby they were doing this, they had knowledge that they used to do some of the stuffs just alone. But now with AI, that power is being taken back to other people, to so many people, and it can be applied to those kind of people to do so many stuffs. So to me, I really love AI because as one of the transformative technologies.
Thank you so much, Innocent. So I'm going back to Elias. You said like at Tech Forward, like most of the things actually currently are doing are based on AI. So AI is one of the technology that can power robotics. As we see current state robotics, they are embedded with AI, and more specifically generative AI. And as we've seen from the last update launch of Optimus and other robots. So from your perspective, considering the wide range of robots, from nanorobots to large-scale robots, which powers industries, did you share, like, we have industries here in Tanzania which have deployed robots in their workflows. Yeah. So can we think in terms of investment, or also we can think in terms of talent? Because to have them, you can decide to take two ways. Either build your own robots, or you just take from somewhere, like you buy. So what is your current perspective? How, if we are going to adopt robotics for socio-economic development, what is going to be the best way to approach this? Because it's at the initial stage, I can say. So how are we going to enter that?
Thank you. Number one, when you're talking about artificial intelligence or emerging technologies, there is so many things that are working behind the scene, because the AI need data. That's the food for AI. It needs power, electricity. So my take will be, if I were to advise on high level, I would say the government need to focus on improving the infrastructures. I know the government is doing a lot of things now to make sure the infrastructures are well in place, but I would say we need to add more effort on building those infrastructures that are real needed for these emerging technologies, like the electricity, like the computing. I don't know, like the computing power that is required for building our local is billions of money. So if we really want to reach the agenda of digital economy by 2030, it starts by the infrastructures, putting the right infrastructures in place. So that is number one. Number two, government cannot do it all alone. It has to do the public-private partnership. That's the key. Like working with the private sectors, working with people like us, Tech Forward. We work directly with the community. There is a part of digital literacy that we really advocate at Tech Forward. So there is a big value chain. We need to talk about the skills. Go Google how much it costs just to get to be certified as data scientist. You see, so like we need experts who will be able to feed the right data that are required to make sure that we build local solution. And number three, I would say around the policy framework should be a little bit adjustable to allow investors to be able to come. So from registration of companies, from the incentives they are getting, from the entire ecosystem, how it works, I think those areas can be adjusted to make sure we have enabled environment for investors. Yes, there is, and the government is doing quite good, but we can do more to make sure Tanzania become a center of technology. And actually, as you can hear, our word tech forward. So we take the technology forward. Thank you.
So what if your technology replaces me?
Okay. The aim of the technology is not to replace human. The aim of technology, as I said earlier, is to simplify work. I will speak in Swahili so everybody can understand. Wakati tunakuwa, wazee wetu walikuwa wanatembea na miguu. Because there was no car, there was no electricity. Hakukuwa na vumbuzi nyingi. So, when walikuwa wamezoea kutumia these halls, when the technology came that you can drive now a car, kuna waliogoma lakini kuna waliokubali. So rather than thinking technology is coming to replace your job, yes, I agree some of the job will be taken, especially the repetitive jobs, the jobs that this can, the A, B, C, D, like the entire work for those can be, but for the people who are in that opportunity, are in that space, now it's an opportunity for them to re-upskill, as Dr. Masaga was saying, upskill. So finding okay, how do I integrate AI into whatever I'm doing now so that I'm not repressed completely? Because at the end, somebody will need to monitor the AI. That should be you. And in order to be you, you have to have the right skills in place. So AI, rather than focusing on replacement, it's good to look on ways of seeing it as an opportunity to simplify our work, to make our life better, our solutions better, our community better, our health better, our agriculture better. That's the perspective that we should have. So it doesn't start with the replacement. It starts by seizing and tapping to the opportunity that comes with the AI.
Thank you so much, Arias. So I was trying to think, in most cases, we say AI is going to help this, going to solve this. Can we share some very simple use cases so that we can give a big picture to people, like what is current AI is solving? And for instance, in Tanzania, we have solution A, B, C, so that's going to give people the big picture of what is happening currently.
Thank you. So I will share three AIs we have built. I know last year I came here for Kitonga AI that everybody is aware, most of people who attended last year are aware of. Today I'll talk about Kirimotech. Kirimotech is one of the AI-powered chatbot that we have developed that help farmers, local farmers, to get all the farming information in Swahili just on WhatsApp. You just need to save the Kirimotech WhatsApp number. I think the booth is outside for the people who will be interested to go and try. You can ask anything about the market. You can ask how to farm tomatoes. You can ask, and in Swahili, you want to export in the UK or in the US, you want to understand the permits that are required, the tax law in the UK, or in the agriculture sector, or you can ask in Kirimotech, and it's in Swahili. Number two, it helps farmers to detect. They can just take a picture of their crops, and the AI can just detect if there is any early symptoms of the diseases. So it can do the crop management, like helping farmer to yield more, helping farmer to be aware, because we know we have a limitation. Okay, this is even perfect. We have a limitation of agronomists, tunawaita mabwana shamba. We have few of them, and then sometimes bwana shamba is just far from where you are, where you farm, and you are doing maybe potato or tomato, and then the disease just came. and then the extension officer said, I will come after 2 weeks because I don't have a budget and so forth, and then your tomato all of a sudden died. But with the Kirimo-Tech, they just take a picture and they can get the early symptoms, and it can tell them the remedies that they can use for curing those. So like Kirimo-Tech is one of the examples that we are doing in agriculture, but we have Maiwangu as well. It's helping youth to learn everything on public health, specific on HIV, like they can ask literally anything, and also on mental health in Swahili, and it all on WhatsApp, because we know we are building on top of something that is already existing, but solving our local problem. And another top-up, it is in Swahili, which everybody understands. If you Google, most of things, variable things are in English, so we have decided to build things that will be helpful for our community. So I hope those two can be
Before
enough.
Innocent you share, actually, the second example is very interesting because most of the people currently know AI in terms of generative AI.
Yes.
So, but actually, we can solve different problems with different kind of AI apart from generative AI, as how you are using computer vision to deal with the crop disease detection. So that's a very perfect situation.
And the thing, you can send even a voice note. For disabled people who cannot type, they have capacity to send a voice note on WhatsApp and receive a response as much as they can hear. They can also, so it means even disabled people, they can tap into AI solutions.
That's what inclusivity means.
Yes.
So Innocent, welcome.
Yeah, so for us at Certify, that now we have two solutions. One of them is called Twitter AI. So with Twitter AI, that we are trying to personalize learning experience to students. So for example, now in Tanzania, we know our education system, like government schools, like it is many students to one teacher. So actually, that's a problem, because you find that most of these students are not getting the better education. So with Twitter AI, it gives students a personalized learning, a personalized Twitter that students can go there, try to take assessments, to ask some questions, even to talk with the system with AI, and AI will be able to, give back the answers and even a recommendation what to do next so as to improve the learning. So that actually saves cost. Instead of our students like to rely on tuitions, maybe Mgote or wherever, they can actually use the systems at low cost because it's available anywhere. Anywhere, as long as you have the internet, you have the device, then you can actually access it. So yeah, but also we have another solution called DOS Pro. So DOS Pro is basically the ultimate document processing. So what we are trying to do with DOS Pro is that we are trying to innovate in the businesses. In the businesses, there are two types of data. So there is data that are not structured, for example, resumes, for example, finance, fintech documents, but also there is data that are structured, for example, Excel data. But in the business level, most of the data are data that are not structured, and it takes a lot of time for those business people, for those employees to analyze, to get some valuable information from the data. So with DOS Pro, we are trying to come up with a new solutions that actually solve that problem. So instead of wasting a lot of time to analyze, to go through those data, so as to come up with conclusions, you can actually use DOS Pro, and DOS Pro will do that job for you. So it saves time and also reduce cost. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So for those who did advanced level physics, you can see Mgote is being repressed now.
Yeah, exactly, because, it costs a lot. It costs a lot, and for our students in Tanzania, we don't have that money. We know ourselves, we don't have that money. So with having a personalized Twitter, personalized, someone who understands you, someone who you can talk with it anywhere, anytime, and be able to give you some assessments and to teach you, I think that's very game-changing in Tanzania.
Thank you so much, Innocent and Elias. So I think this is going to be the final question, then we're going to audience. So we have government representatives here, and I know we are building startups. Yes. So when it happens to you, ask what do you need to make what you're building or the AI solution you're building impactful and reach the large community of Tanzanians? Remember yesterday, Dr. Mlamla said, and Professor Msele, we need solutions which can be used even in remote areas. So what do we need as startups or as solution builders? Or maybe we can advise or we can request.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so this one, Dr. Masaga, I think this will go first to the ICT Commission.
Exactly.
I know they are doing a great job for helping innovators. My biggest request will be, please continue building those innovation hubs. It's very important. So we heard that you are building. So we, CC as innovators, we are making a request. Please put those innovation hubs in place. You know, we need innovators. You're talking about Kigoma. I have not lived in Kigoma, but there is someone lives in Kigoma and knows Kigoma's issues. So if they imagine there's an hub in Kigoma and there is an innovator in Kigoma, means they will solve Kigoma's problem straight from Kigoma without even requiring people from across the country. So I would say for the government to build a lot of hubs where innovators can come. Number two, in connection to the hubs, I think the hubs should also have a part for co-working space. It's challenging as an innovator, as a startup. There's a lot of costs around, like registering a company. Brera is there watching you, TRA is there watching you, Manispa is there watching you, you haven't rented your office, Mama Mwenyumba is watching you, you haven't bought your internet bundle, the mobile networks are watching you. So you find there's a lot of upfront costs that a startup can bear. So imagine having this hub, they will cut a lot of costs, like free internet at the hub, number one. Number two, you get to meet, if there's a co-working space, all you need is a table and a desk, like a chair and a desk, so someone can come, can work, but they can network because there will be more innovators around the space. That's the same thing is done in Silicon Valley. It's like most of, where do you find innovators? Like we are all, like he spoke something I didn't know, like there's someone local is doing something AI for data. I'm an executive, I need to make informed decision based on the data that we correct. So if there's something locally that has been built and there's a place where I can go and meet the people who are developing same thing, then it's becoming so good. So I would say in the hub, create enabling environment where startup can come, they can network, they can work while they are building their muscles to find their own offices for scaling up, but also even the investors will be easy to come and meet because if a venture capitalist come, he cannot come because as a startup, I don't have even an office. How will he come to give me 1 million Series A? He won't come to fund me because I'm not in the right environment. So hubs will help. That is for ICT Commission, the Minister of ICT in general. Data privacy, personal data, privacy protection. I think you are doing quite good in terms of regulating our data because, as I said earlier, AI is about data. So protecting our data for us as designers to build ethical designs is still a key. But my biggest request will be create a friendly, adaptable policy that, you know, as a developer, sometimes you make a mistake. Like you also, Mark Zuckerberg, he leaked some data. He didn't do it intentionally, but somebody hacked it. So now all people's data are out there. So he might be sued. If he's sued, does he have a government backup to protect, like, hey, they built a platform. They came to report to us, but somebody did something, like hiring a lawyer to protect them. So I would say on a high level to have 100% full support to the innovators who are coming up with a solution. The last thing is funding. If you want to build, to scale up, at the end, you'll need fund. You don't need money to start a big business, but you need funding to scale up the business. And I hope later on we have a session for funding, and I'm inviting all of you to stay so that we can expand. We can double click on the funding aspect to see how do we tap into fundings and scaling up our business. So those are the three key things that I would have said to the government. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That's very good.
Very short.
So for me, I think I have one of them. The first thing is actually adoption and as well as awareness. So awareness in terms of what? Because as a startup, at the end of the day, we have these solutions. So we create solutions so as to sell, So we live in Tanzania, we create solutions so as to sell. For example, DOS Pro, for example, Twitter AI, we need to have people who use our platforms. But the problem that we have right now is basically awareness. So like most of people, they don't know about, these stuff. So they don't know about how AI are going to impact their life. So there is like restriction, some kind of thing. So to me, it's like I want the government to, of course, I congratulate them through this conference. That's one of the initiatives, but it has to go more on that. Like people has to know a lot about these stuffs, and it's not about replacing them. It's about augmenting them. It's about making them having good life and stuff like that. So, and also the second point is for the case of talent. Yeah, so at the startups, we have ideas and we want to hire people. So the problem that we face now is most of Tanzania developers, they really don't know about AI and this machine learning stuff. So it becomes so difficult, like to compete global, even to have solution that is good usable. So yeah, that's the call to universities, schools, and even to take our kids from, for example, maybe 2 years kids, 3 years kids, 4 years kids, 7 years kids, up to when they reach 24 years kids. 24 years, they'll be able, they understand these stuffs technically and in more depth, so that we could have, good solutions and we could compete globally, Yeah, and also the last point was, of course, he said a lot about funding. Of course, we need money. And for AI stuff, for AI, robotics, it takes a lot of time, to come up with something that works. So if we don't have money, I think we can't survive. So funding is very important, and also the conducive environment for us to experiment. Because, AI is more about experimenting. It's about it's more about experimentation. It is not like a plug and play. Maybe something will come and work tomorrow. No, maybe it can take years, maybe 4 years, 2 years, or 3 years, or maybe even a month. So if we don't have conducive environment for we startups to have that environment to experiment, to keep working on that until we prove to the people that this is it. So yeah, we need a good environment for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Innocent. So one thing to add there is, as innovators, actually, as we said, we should focus also on building solutions and not selling AI. Yeah, that's very important. And I think the essence is, at the end of the day, is to reach what we are talking about, socio-economic development. So I'm going to open the floor. I think we're going to take very few questions, probably 3, 2. Right, so I've been told 2 questions. Then we're going to cross this. So we have. So we have someone there at the back with the microphone.
So thank you so much. I have a question to you guys. So I hear you building product, and I would like to ask you, are you building product for Africa? Do you think about going into markets beyond Tanzania? Because I'm a lawyer. I hear a lot of people from Nigeria, from Kenya coming in, want to deploy products in Tanzania. So I'd like to ask you, are you doing that? And if you're not doing or you're not there yet, what are the challenges that you're facing in exploring markets beyond Tanzania?
Thank you.
Can we take the second one as well? So when you respond
to
both of them. The second
question?
Yeah. Comment.
I say comment, right?
We have a question before we allow the comment. I see none. We can take the comment.
Hello? Okay. So mine is a little bit of a comment based on the topic that has been discussed here. And what I'm going to start saying is, number one, change can be very scary, but it's inevitable. Hence, since change is inevitable, we have to make sure we adapt and accept whatever technology is coming in place. A lot of people are scared of AI and saying that AI is going to take your jobs. But unfortunately, AI is here to act as a facilitator. In a lot of industries, AI is facilitating whatever we are doing. For example, I'm in the industry of cybersecurity. It facilitates us in different areas, especially as defenders and as attackers. The people who are going to lose their jobs are the ones who don't want to adapt with the technology itself. So what I'll urge everybody is to try their level best to adapt with technology and try to use it to their advantage. A good example, auditors. We all know auditors, what they do. There is a possibility that they could lose their jobs. But what can auditors do? They could adapt with the technology, AI, and themselves become auditors of AI to make sure AI is working ethically and doing what it is intended to do. So that's just a simple example to show you that, yes, there are people who are going to lose their jobs, but you shouldn't be scared. Rather than looking at it as a problem, you should adapt with the technology and come up with new roles which are going to emerge with the technology that is coming. Even like right now, if you look in America recently, Elon Musk has recently released his new technology of Androids. They're talking right now about Androids, not AI anymore. So shouldn't we adapt of Android because we are scared of what Android can do, and it's just still hypothetical, you know? So the most important thing that I am trying to drive here is you all need to adapt with technology if you want to grow and survive in this industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kalim. That was nice. So we're going to respond to the question. So are our solutions scalable?
Yeah, the question was the law. So, for example, at Certify, as I said, we have two products. So one of them is Twitter AI. So with Twitter AI, basically is specifically for Tanzania. So we aim to target the students in Tanzania. But for DOS Pro is basically for global, like for other markets in East Africa, like West Africa, even outside Africa. So the problem that we face, for example, for us is basically legislation. Because we do deal with the data. So you find that at some point, this data is being owned by those companies. So it's so difficult for them to actually use our system so as we can process their data. But what we do is that we have localized the services that every companies could come and actually create their local servers, whereby the data will remain to their servers. So it will be processed and will actually remain to their servers. So yeah, for us it was actually regulation and also, privacy, data privacy issues and stuff like that.
Thank you. Elias?
Thank you so much for the great, insightful question. We are having I'm asking everybody to remain. The last session today, we'll be talking about promoting startups, AI startups, companies, and so forth. And part of the discussion will expand, will double click is the funding part and the building scalability products. But for the questions that she asked, I'll just be brief, but I'll ask her to remain till the end of the session. Number one, most of startups are having technical how, but they don't have business skills. So they don't know how to build a scalable product. And it's not because they don't have technical skills, it's because they haven't been exposed. Exposure matters. You can talk about my friend Fernandez, exposure, find where he started, where he learned, who is the mentor. So why it seems like our products are not scalable? It's because of the exposure. That's number one. Number two, to scale a product, any product, you need funding. It's sadly that investors, maybe even before going to the investors, the founders themselves, they are not matured to handle even investors' money. They don't know the language of investors' language, like venture capitalists, understanding the pitch deck, how to pitch, how to manage money, how to do the tax, how to do the audit report, like all those space they don't know. So all they know is to code. Coding is one thing. You can build amazing stuff, but put it out there, it's another thing. So it starts with the maturity of the investors, the startups, but also the scalability part of it is because of lack of exposure, lack of funding, and so many other areas from regulation part of it in terms of investors. Are they comfortable to come and put some money here? Do they get some really good incentives to scale, like our neighbor friends in Kenya? So there's so many things around that space, and I hope we'll double tap next in the afternoon session. But for now, startup needs more than technical skill. They need to understand the business skills so that we can build businesses that are scalable. And finally, I can give you, because I can testify, during COVID, I built games because I'm a developer. I built games that were scalable, and I got a license for 186 countries in the world. They were trending in China, so I did an interview in China, the network television, because they find like, oh, this is nice, because I put some different languages. I did with UK, the BBC, just because the solution I built from the end, I was not looking for Tanzania, I was looking for the world. So I urge all startup, when you build, yes, you are solving a local solution, like a local problem, but you, from the get-go, get to know that you are building something that will be scalable. Ukifungua kibanda cha kuuza nyanya, it's not scalable, my friend. Utaishia kuhudumia watu wa hapo mtaani kwako. Lakini ukifungua kibanda cha kuuza nyanya mtandaoni, kwa wauza nyanya ukawatengenezea platform, it's scalable. Everybody who sells tomato will be your user. Thank you. So let's build from starting our startups. Let's have an end in mind, like I'm building something that will be fully scalable to the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So at the end, the discussion turned to startups, but what we were talking about is how we can unleash AI and robotics to socio-economic development. But the point I want to make here is AI needs investment, and for people where we can testify that it needed a lot of money to come with technology like large language model like GPT-4, more than $30 million. So where can we get that money here locally? So we can get that big picture, and the point I was trying to make is we really need investment so that we can leverage the power of AI. Thank you so much, and that marks the end of this session.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much.
Hello, okay, I'm back. Thank you, Zephania, for moderating the session. Quite interestingly, I like the comment that we should not be scared with AI. I remember who was here in year 2000 when we were going into the new millennium. I was working in a committee where it was expected the world will come into a standstill because we are moving into a new millennium, and the ICT sector was supposed to be the most affected one. But nothing happened. So I echo the issue that we should not be worried. My dear participants, now we are going for the second session, and this is for AI for public good. We'll have two presentations: geospatial artificial intelligence, optimizing public sector efficiency and resource allocation, but also building trustworthy AI systems. And we have a moderator, Mr. Dennis Karugaba, who will be calling the speakers and will allow a few questions to yes, please. Karibu sana. The floor is yours. Jamani, tumpigie hata makofi basi. And I didn't tell you we are live online and people are watching this across the globe. So if you'll be sleeping, somebody in New York is looking at you. So please be active and listen carefully. Karibu sana.
Well, thank you very much, everyone. My name is Dennis Karugaba. In a very few words, I can describe myself as a tech enthusiast. I have had the honor of serving the IT industry for almost 2 decades now, locally and abroad. I feel very honored and privileged for this opportunity. And I'm going to call upon my 2 presenters. They're going to present to 2 different topics, but more or less interchangeable. And then after that, we'll hold a short session of questions from the presentations, but from yourself as well as the public. So with that, I want to call Engineer Yusuf Shogolo from Liquid Intelligent Technologies. A round of applause, please. I would also call upon Mr. Zephania, who was just here, who is going to present about building trustworthy AI systems. A round of applause, please. I imagine that you have the presentation for Mr. Shogolo, please, if you can display it. Okay, cool. You can start. Yeah, thank you. Go ahead.
Hi. So I'm Yusuf Shogolo. I am a computer engineer, part of a product that Dr. Moses spoke about. I'm from DIT. He has been there mentoring me at some point. I'm here. I'll be sharing a little bit of geospatial AI and how it could help our public sectors. So about me, there's a lot to say, but a few. I worked with Liquid, and specifically my work is to create business cases. So I'm an AI business solution architect. Any industry, any place, any challenge, I see what practically could work. So I don't deal with theories. I just work what works currently, and that's where we bring your solutions. So geospatial AI, take it like just informations you can get from a map. Take it in a normal way, you could say satellites, imagery, and all the data that you can leverage. And with geospatial AI, we are looking of what AI could do in that field and help the public sectors improve their efficiency, but allocate their resources where it matters the most. Okay, so this is geospatial information. And with the ongoing tech development and what we can get from the satellite, Geo AI can give us the following information. So take it, this is not generative AI, this is typical AI and statistics, so you should not be scared of what you would create. So a Geo AI solution is built on an environment where you have all the data you can get from the imagery, and through it you can get to see how the climate goes, so you get climate exposure. You get to see the economic capacity, so with the solution, you get to see what is going. Are they building? Is it commerce? Is it farming? Is it all types of data we can extract from imagery that tells us what economic activity is going on? And with Geo AI solutions, you can also monitor infrastructure. So you can see where building are going on. And this is real time. So you can now, if we are using it right now, we would know that there are ongoing BRT constructions. You can see ongoing buildings. And you can also see how land is used. Now, a combination of these with AI can really help optimize planning, allocation and performance in our public sectors. So to have a general understanding, public sectors, it goes from health, education, any segment that the government would say citizen first solutions from the government. So there are a lot of use cases. I'll just pull a few. Yes. There are some examples currently. We have humanitarian response. So here is where we use geospatial information to predict occurrence of any disaster that has happened. So we have places where there is war. So we can see where it's well damaged. We can predict where people are going for new settlements. We can work and help the public sector decide where they should implement resources or plan for rescue. So we have some of the use cases where we target some programs on supply food chain. So it may be, for example, I would give one in Kenya. Hello, yeah, thank you. Am I audible? Hello, yes. So for example, in Kenya, we have an implemented geospatial solution. Some of they just match where fertilizer will be needed. So they check, they monitor their resources, their warehouses, and this is a private company that implemented, not the government, but it's still relevant to a use case. So they can forecast when the fertilizer will be needed based on the geospatial information that we get, when what services might be needed currently with the change of climate, and resources can be deployed. So some also use for tractors, so they already see what activities are going on. So where can we now send these tractors that can be lent to our farmers? Just by geospatial information, it's easy to say there's progress in this end and there isn't progress on the other end. We also have infrastructure planning and operations. With geospatial, we can not only see what is going on current, but we can see what these new infrastructures and new settlements align. So it's easy to say the government can analyze when we built a new bridge, what happened 10 years ago and what might happen 10 years to come, a normal prediction analytics that will help them see, okay, we are now doing an impact here. We can see new settlements coming in and more of those use cases. These use cases can also be used in our health sectors. So you have hospitals, you have talents, being the surgeons, the specialists, the doctors, the nurses, the labs. We can see how we are serving the number in lead time of how many customers, how many patients are coming in. What's the ratio between the doctor and the patient coming in? What are the uncovered populations that are there? We don't have any of the resources. And geospatial not only tells you, but it can help you do analytics. And in a short while, I will project a demo of what it might do. So just in a nutshell, geospatial can really help in any sector of our public sector when there's a clear need of resource allocation, putting where resources matters, resource monitoring. Are we matching the needs? Where should we allocate? Is there any redundancy of resources that we implemented? And it can be schools, it can be hospitals, it can be infrastructure. We can see where is that needed. It can be in agriculture. It can be in any angles there. We need to optimize efficiency, reduce the cycles of planning and survey, but having enough data to plan, to implement, to optimize and monitor. So with geospatial AI, we are really saying it's possible to monitor the digital GDP in terms of the resources that we have, the data centers. We can see how many traffic is coming in, what traffic is needed, where is it loaded. We can check where our hospitals are, and we can monitor revenue streams through the platform, and it's centralized. So it gets even easier to make proactive decisions rather than being reactive of what is going on. So if it's possible, can I have that switched? I would love to show you an actual demo of a working solution. So this, yes, an actual demo. Okay. Yes. So while they, just a few minutes as they switch to a working demo for us to see, I would say with geospatial AI, it really improves transparency. And whatever, if you look with what we have, there is a lot of approaches to implementation, right? There are many companies doing, there are many data sets, there are many access to what can be implemented. And it's easier being compliant, secure, and private insured with these solutions. So just give me a heads up if that is set, and if there's any challenge, we can skip. So resource optimization is even possible with this era of artificial intelligence. And it can be custom to the current data structures that we have. I understand there are many of tech understanding in here. So any data structures, any silos that they're there, it's easy to curate and make it happen. And if we have this, it will be easy to even avoid saying there are places that are favored, or there are places that we implemented solutions as a government and it doesn't work. We built a school, there's no settlements. But now we can even predict new settlements where they are, predict climate changes, and act proactively. Is it possible? 1 minute. Okay. Okay, I'm told there's a challenge switching up to the active demo, but I'm available throughout the session to explain a demo outside in one of the booths. And you would see there are many demos for that. We have one that is implemented here in Tanzania with a startup like us, and they're dealing with energy, where they monitor where they should put more resources in how they serve their customers. So for me, thank you, and I'll be happy to discuss more about it. Asante.
I'm going to call Zephaniah to present his topic.
Thank you so much. Let me see, still morning. Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone, once again. My name is Zephaniah Ruben, as they are setting up the presentation. So I'm going to talk how to build trustworthy AI systems. And as currently we know, many sectors, individuals, they are trying to adopt AI either by using it or building solution on top of the existing AI infrastructures or AI systems. So how do we build an AI system that we can trust, but also we can interact with, as we can think the current relationship between human and machines. So back in the days, we know we used to find people either when you go to the street, you find a group of youth that they are discussing issues, could be matters of the country matters, but currently is very rare. Like you find most of the youth interacting with machines. They are using most of the time online. So when we are integrating AI to the platforms which they are interacting with, so how are we sure that we can trust those systems and interact with them? As we know, even human-to-human interaction, also trusty matters. That's why we have people who we can give our secrets, and we have people we can't give our secrets. So my name is Zephaniah Ruben. machine intelligence specialist, but also I'm a lead AI educator at Log AI, but also I'm a co-founder of Nile AGI. So with Log AI, our aim is to do AI plus education, so where we create courses, but also we do training to institutions and organizations on how they can adopt it, but also we do boot camps, like the technical grounds of AI. So if you are interested, you can visit and see what we do. With Nile AGI, we actually need to contribute to the state of AI. As we know currently, most of the innovations, specifically in advancing AI, are coming from the West. So we as Africa, can we really come with an impactful research output that can contribute to the current state of AI and push the boundaries from our own local context? So, okay. Yeah, so what is trustworthy AI? That's a question, like, we can start asking ourselves, what is happening? Yeah. What is trustworthy AI? I was trying to explain a bit. Okay. Yeah. Sometimes when I was starting learning AI some years back, the idea I had about AI is like something you can see in movies like Terminator, like very big robots which can distract and destroy things, or which can distract human habitats and all that. But at the end of the day, I came to find like AI is a very, very different thing from what I used to perceive. And from that perspective, where we thought like AI as a dangerous thing, I thought it's very important to think of how we can build trustworthy AI systems. And here are some of the things which we can think of when we are thinking of a trustworthy AI system. The first one is the system has to be ethical. That means fair and unbiased. So, for instance, when I give you a task now, go to these image generation softwares. It could be Gemini, it could be ChatGPT, Midjourney, or the like, and try to tell it to draw or to create a picture of a beautiful woman. You're going to see pictures which comes actually the white woman. So you think of that as a bias. That means there is no representative of what is happening in Africa. Like there is no representative of Africans in some ways. And if you can remember, in some months ago, Google shut down their AI image generation model because it was very biased. When you tell it to create, let's say, a George Bush, it used to create an African, and that was among the risks. Like, it's going to change all the history. For instance, we have currently youth who are growing. Maybe they don't have access to the actual history, and they found picture telling them like either George Bush was black or something like that. Then you see like it's going to change the whole history and how we used to perceive things from how they happened. Another thing you can try to, let's say, maybe Google about either a picture of peacock. You can see like when you get the results or the pictures, you might find like 8% of pictures which are coming there are AI generated. So, and most of them, they actually don't have the clear view of what we know peacock is. Some of them are deformed, like, because with AI, you can decide to create anything, and maybe you can say a peacock with maybe horns, and then you're going to have that. So how is that going to impact the reality we used to perceive, or we used to have or to know? We can think in terms of that too. So another thing, the system should be transparent. So imagine I'm owning, let's say, a recruitment platform, and I get resumes, I correct them, and I use AI to decide someone who I'm going to employ. And as we know, humans are also biased. Sometimes we used to employ people based on maybe our relation with them, or maybe some other features. So what if AI inherits those biasness? And then you create an AI system that is going to hire people based on those human biases which it has inherited. So we have to think in terms of that too. So that means we need to have, when we are trying to create AI systems to solve solutions, we need to consider aspects like that, that we don't build it with inherited human biasness or unfairness. Another thing is aligned. So when we talk about alignment, it's just like it's a problem they are trying to solve. So I'm saying they are trying to solve because I don't know actually if we are trying to solve it here at home. So the problem is humans have goals or have their own interests. So how do we build AI systems that are aligned to human interests or that are aligned to human goals? That's another aspect. And to do this, if you can remember, when they released because ChatGPT is what brought the wave, so I'm going to be talking with reference to ChatGPT. Like most of the time it was misbehaving. It was giving maybe relevant information like hallucinating. But then they applied some techniques to make it align to what human needs. The technique, if you're interested, you can check about it. It's called reinforcement learning from human feedback. So they have to find human labelers to label the outputs which it was outputting based on their thoughts. Like, for instance, me, Zephaniah, I have my own interests and preferences. So I get response from a large language model. I can say this is okay, and someone might dislike it. So, and then they rank them based on what humans prefer to be the most preference to them. Then they retrain them to give what they need. So that is what they did. So come and think about the values from the West countries. Like, they have their own values which they live based on those values and culture norms. So, and they train those systems based on those values. What about African values? What about Tanzanians' values? What about a certain ethnic group in Tanzania values? So we can think in terms of that too, on the alignment problem. Okay. Yeah, so we have some main pillars of trust in AI. So one of them is liability. I didn't talk about it on the previous slide. So we need to have a system that doesn't change, or it acts as we need, or as we expect it to behave. So I'll give you a story. Google was the first company to create large language model. It was called Lambda, before even ChatGPT. And they deployed it. Unfortunately, it was misbehaving. So because as far as I know, there is a lot of procedures or bureaucracies in Google before they bring something in public. So they had to shut it down. And then OpenAI came with ChatGPT, and because they were acting like a startup, so they could have like a lot to consider in terms of, let's say, responsible AI or something like trustful AI. So it happened that way. And the system wasn't reliable, so then they decided to shut it down. So how many times is ChatGPT reliable, or how many times your system, any system, it might be a generative AI system or any other AI system, reliable and can act as what it was intended to act. So we can think trust with AI in terms of reliability too. So another aspect is explainability. Okay, yeah, so explainable AI. One thing is these generative AI models, specifically the large language models, or any technology that is based on artificial neural networks, it's very hard to explain how it takes or how it does decisions. So they are trying to create different techniques to try to explain how these models are making decisions. So for instance, I give a case, maybe I'm a patient, I go to hospital, and then I got to be diagnosed. The doctor is going to tell me like what is happening. Like, to draw the conclusion, there is a lot of evidences that tell the doctor to direct the doctor to that specific conclusion. So it is very different when it comes to AI, because it can conclude or it can give you a generalization of a certain case, but it's very hard to explain its decision. So with the concept of explainable AI, that's how also it becomes different to adopt AI technologies in critical sectors like health, because you are talking about people's lives. So when you adapt a system that is not trustable and come with the wrong conclusion to a patient and maybe lead to different bad effects, is going to be a very dangerous thing. So when we are building AI systems, we have to take this into consideration, and it's very important. There are techniques which are being used, and most of them are just applicable in the normal machine learning techniques, which are mostly not based on artificial neural networks, because most of the artificial neural networks models are termed as black box, like they can't actually tell we did this because of this. Yeah. Another thing is human alignment. I talked about it, and I'll go to another aspect. Yeah, so why trust matters? Why are we talking about trust here? So the first thing I said, as most of the sectors adopt AI, or users adoption is becoming very large, it's very important to talk about how they can trust the technology in their daily basis operations. So the first one is, okay. Yeah, so access to increases user adoption. I think that's what is. Yeah, so the second thing is enhanced fairness and inclusion, and this actually we can think of it as representation of different communities in these AI systems. So most of them currently are biased, and representation is a very important thing. And sometimes you can think it's very important to be represented in in the environment where you are not there. For instance, we can think the African community being represented in systems which are being developed in non-African countries. That's very hard thing to think of it. That means we need to develop our own solutions, or we need to own the technology so that we can have that power to either reinforce it to adapt to our values and culture, but also to have that representation that we are talking about. Another thing is to ensure decisions aligns with social and ethical norms. Yeah, I could talk something about, on this, but due to time, I will just move to another thing. Yeah, so let's come to the actual context of here in Tanzania and Africa at large. One of the things that happening, like most of us, or most of AI solutions or AI applications in Africa, they are being built on top of other existing solutions. That means if we are building something on top of another existing infrastructure or technology, by default we can inherit some of the features of that specific system. So if it is biased, we are likely to inherit that biasness. And it becomes very hard for us to have solutions that actually are built for us. We can think of maybe we are trying to build solutions to solve local problems, but how do we think it in a long run? Like, we might think of it as we are being colonized in another way. Like, the technology we are using is not ours. We are building on top of other people's infrastructures or existing technologies. So what is the role we are playing? We are playing to those technologies. For instance, currently, when you want to build a solution based on large language models, you have two options. The first one is to build it from scratch. That means you have to start from the beginning, collect data, have the infrastructure in place, have the talent in place, and then start building. That's the first option. And the second one is to fine-tune, like take the existing solutions or the existing models and fine-tune them or downscale them based on what you want to solve or your own task or local problem. Those are the two options. But these two options have something similar. The first one is data. Like you need data. So we talk about data actually at different perspectives, but as currently we have this large language model, and the shift is to small language models. Why? Because it's very hard to get data specifically in Africa context. So how do we think of coming with either an innovation or a research output that will help us create small models based on data that we have, because we don't have access to, let's say, large amount of data, or at some point we might have those data, but maybe we don't have enough infrastructure or high performance computing to process the data, and that becomes a challenge. Or sometimes we have data, but they are not quality data. They are not complete, they are not relevant. That's also an issue. So this is like, I'm trying to create a big picture of the challenge we are facing. The first one is data. So we might have data, but it is not quality data, or we might have data which is actually not useful. So I just give a simple testimonial on this. Like we went somewhere to collect data, and we found like things which were supposed to be there, they are not there, and what you find there is just the names and maybe ages, which when you want to build a very scalable, powerful system, you cannot use those details specifically. That's one. The second one is we need computation infrastructure. So I talked earlier about the cost of creating technology like GPT-4, let's say. It's a lot of $1 million. It's very challenging to replicate that technology here, specifically because that's a very huge amount of investment. And you can start doing that, but you're not granted like it's going to work like doing one experiment and then you're done. Because it's experimentation, iteration, like iteration technology. You need to do it. So are we going to have that investment to do something like that? It's a very challenging thing too. So we can think about that too. So for instance, I have, of course, in terms of infrastructure in Tanzania, actually we have some of them. For instance, I know at UDOM, AI for D-Lab, they have a GPU. Also, I know at SUA, they have it, but also MUHAS, they have one. But when you think of them, they are not that large-scale computing powers to do what is being done by the pioneers of this technology we're talking about. So that's the challenge I'm posing. We can think about it. Another thing is quality talent. So you need a very, very, very quality talent to build these systems, because it's more of course, you can think it in terms of programming, but you can think it in terms of research too, but you can think it in terms of engineering. So do we have those quality talent to build technology like this here in the country? Like I know some of the universities here in Tanzania have created courses to create talents, specifically in AI. I know from East African Statistical Training Center, I know UDOM, I know UDISM, they have a data science master there. I know Musti, they have data science engineering. But they might lack industrial exposure, like how things works in industry level, like to create a very large AI system that can serve millions of people or billions of people across the globe. That's another thing. So AI actually needs very, very quality talent when you think of creating or going to global conversation on having AI systems that can actually scale and work. So that's what I wanted to share. And AI is here to stay. So you choose or you're going to stay here, or you're going to be left behind. It's your choice. And that marks the end of this presentation. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you, Zephaniah, and thank you, Engineer Yusuf. Wonderful presentations. I've jotted down a few questions from your presentations. I hope you don't mind me going through my phones as I ask these questions. Engineer Yusuf, you've spoken about predicting future settlements in your geospatial solutions. I want you, as both your presentation speak of similar things, I wanted you both to speak about the importance of data in terms of its completeness and its accuracy.
This is off. It's working. Hi. That's a great challenge. I would approach it in two angles. There are angles where you want to, if I speak on a perspective of the geospatial solutions. So there are ways we always mitigate to ensure we have accuracy in the solutions we give. Number one, based on a use case, for example, if we are going to the health ministry, meaning there's a tech stack where we have the satellite being an API or just a running tech stack for the back end. But we really depend on the data provided by the owner of the data. And the angles of security and reliability stays. But now, the challenge that my brother spoke about, you might find data isn't accurate. So if it's not accurate, we have not to do feature engineering. We have to train models based on synthetic data. So synthetic data is where we create, it's like a dummy data, but that has attributes and features that really correlate to the going environmental challenge we are trying to solve. So if you want to solve maybe a logistic problem and you don't have data, but we have a picture of what the data looks like. We can go through all angles of saying of scenarios and create a synthetic data that will train the solution. But still, when you're using it in production, we can always fine-tune it. For example, if you have a geo AI solution that tells you, when you go to Kigoma, you will find 900 residents. That's the prediction model based on now we have agreed, okay, for what we have, the solution can go and is relevant. Still, when you go and find 890, you can feed into the system and say, you said you predicted 900, I got 890. So it fine-tunes by time and gets better. So there are angles where from the beginning, during production and during use, users or recipients of the system would always challenge. Is where the transparency comes in and where the explainability comes in. There should be a justification why these results are coming. So it's not like, you get numbers and no, you have to, how did this number come from? There should be a technical justification of that, and that protects all the angles that my brother has spoken in terms of reliability, data accuracy, and the relevance of itself.
Great, thank you. Zephaniah, you want to chime in?
Yes, so I'll just touch base on the issue of privacy. Actually, when you talk about data, it's very important to think about it. But some of the solutions, they might, when let's say we are dealing with very confidential data, there is techniques which can be used to to protect the data. For instance, the differential privacy technique, where you get data and then you can add some noise so that like you are trying to encrypt them, but you add some random noise so that whenever maybe they leak. It's very different for those people either to decrypt or to understand what actually those data represent. So I'm talking this to the regulators. Maybe if I know it's it's sometimes a very complicated process to get access to data, specifically in our settings. So we can think of how we can give data either to, if it is startups or research institutions with alignment to some of the techniques which actually preserve privacy of the data specifically. Thank you.
That's a great answer. Partly, I asked about that because sometimes we are very laissez-faire in terms of how we handle data, especially the PIIs, the personal identifier data, and also PHIs. So I think we have a long way to go with that. However, we're heading there, as you said. AI is here to stay. I wanted to also check in with you. What are in terms of the solutions that we are building, we have, according to TCRA, only over 68% of the population have internet access in terms of penetration. This is in the urban areas, but only about 29%. This is in 2021 in rural areas. Similarly, in terms of technology penetration, we have over 85% using smartphones, while only 32% using feature phones. Actually, the other way around, sorry. What are the solutions that we're building that cater to that? Because you would see, and we've spoken about this yesterday at length, that we have majority of users in the rural areas. Are we building solutions catering for them, or are we building solutions at the risk of sounding privileged just for the people who are able to use the smartphones?
Well, from my end, there's a solution already part of working in, and we're also working with different companies on that. And we are giving access to people who use feature phone to access AI solutions. So be it in a telco, I'll speak specifically to a telco. There's a telco company in Africa that is already using, and it has got enough numbers of change of profitability and reachability and engagement in that end. They're just our neighbors here in Zim. And what we did is embed the solution with the gateways where with feature phone, either by SMS, you can chat with the model. So it may be ChatGPT, it may be a very custom solution tailored to the company. So we have access to via SMS, so people with feature phones can text and get replies, not only by SMS, but even USSD. So you dial nyota 140 nyota, you get your results and you engage. And that's a working solution already in the telco, one of our telco companies that I've been engaged to see it implement, and we are reaching out to many. So it's no longer that people who do not have smartphones don't have access. It is possible to have access to solutions. So I would just try to pull it back to my view of public sector optimization and resource allocation. So it may be dawati la maswali na majibu la serikali. It may be the government itself having a repository where citizens can just text any question regarding to the services from the public sector. And with that model, be it generative, via SMS, USSD, it's possible. It's just a matter of integrations to the gateways that are necessary to make that possible.
Fantastic. You want to chime in?
Okay, yeah, so at Nile AGI, actually, specifically, as we observed the current AI solutions, or the intelligence currently is being driven from derived from language. So we thought language is a very important component of intelligence as per current advancement. So we created something to be able to connect people with tunasema Kiswahili sanifu, right? So as we know, most of for instance, when you go to Google Translator and some of the AI applications, they don't have the Swahili answers that we use to speak here, specifically in Tanzania. You might find it sounds like Kenyan, something like that. So we created there a solution where first thing you can understand the meaning of Swahili words, like by asking, you get the example, usage, and everything. But the aim is to reach the underserved community, because when you go to some of the communities, they don't use Swahili currently. I know that. So they find like they use their own specific language around that community. So we actually want to bridge the gap between the languages so that they can be able to access the technology with the language which they speak. For instance, if I'm coming from, let's say, Mwanza or Shinyanga, can I access AI, for instance, if it is, as you said, dawati la maswali na majibu in Sukuma, let's say. So that's what we are thinking of expanding to. And if you want to see that solution, you can visit our booth. It's there at the exhibition, and we'll actually love to get your feedback and what we can improve. Thank you.
That's fantastic. And I like both of your responses in terms of inclusivity, in terms of the solutions that you're building, leveraging AI to benefit the local communities, even underserved communities. And that goes hand in hand with, as we are honoring Mwalimu today, his belief, and he spoke passionately about this, that true freedom is a collective freedom. It's not just for individuals. And I really appreciate the solutions that you're based and your thinking towards that. And I am going to allow only a couple of questions, perhaps two, because I'm told that we are running out of time. Do we have any questions? And I would like to urge you that when you raise your hand, perhaps stand up, because the seats they have a bit of depth, so we can't see you. Can you start with the lady over there? Sorry. Yeah, please introduce yourself and ask your questions. We only have a few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yusuf. First of all, my name is Elizabeth once again, and my question is, it goes to Mr. Yusuf. If geospatial AI can locate regions which are suffering from climate changes, then how are we prioritizing the resources allocation without marginalizing the vulnerable communities? And how are we staying updated to the advancements of AI so that our data does not stay inaccurate, as you said, because it's a challenge?
If you can also bring the mic to this gentleman over here, please. That will be the last question, so we'll have 3 questions, and we're going to respond to all 3.
Thank you so very much. My name is Ngande Uk from the UNESCO Regional Office for Eastern Africa, based in Nairobi. Thank you for your very enlightening presentation. Couple of questions and comment, actually, from Mr. Yusuf. The presentation and very exciting approach towards using kind of geospatial technology to map the environment and understand the need and prioritize. My question was vis-a-vis who provide that data. I want to believe that it's through satellite data on from somewhere else. And the way some of the slides were showing the reality of the mapping, I want to believe that there could be a technology that even goes a bit deeper, meaning that some people having access to those technology will be even able to know before us countries what are the opportunities out there, including even in our subsoil, and prioritize accordingly. So in as much as we want to leverage on the technology, how much are we bridging some of these gaps, including related to our data accessibility, and who really holds the data behind what we are doing. The other one will really echo the challenge posed by the second speaker, especially vis-à-vis the ethical issue and the way we innovate or think we innovate, because at times we just twist a basic innovation to serve a purpose. So along the line, do we really innovate, or we contribute to enhance a product that is already there? And that connects to the very interesting keynote we have had this morning in terms of really the value chain and the contribution to the GDP of our own innovation. So what is it that is really needed for us to innovate and to be able to say, and that will connect again to a question on our sister from legal background, when it comes to patenting, when it comes to copyright. And maybe this is what stops us from going international. Because the moment you want to go international, the whole aspect of copyright, patenting comes into play. And if you are not innovating throughout the process, you are missing out, and your contribution to the economy will be really minimal. So how do we start having a kind of mentality change to really hold the whole process of creation and innovation? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your questions. If we can respond to those two.
Hi, thank you. Those are very valid questions. Good one that I get a lot in angles of building AI solutions in different business cases. I would begin with Eliza. Thank you for your interest to climate. You're looking on how the informations that we get from these solutions help us decide. So I would necessarily say this is a partnership in a sense. If I be in the end of tech, I can offer the solution that to the government. It's the government that has resources where to deploy doctors. They have the priority, they have their plans, and they're in public, and their validation and commitment to how they do it. So the solution by itself and the data and the insights it provides, they depend to the action makers on the table that we have trusted to act on. So if this is on in a specific ministry, we expect through those insights they can be proactive, they can decide to allocate, but then that comes to the compliance and the norms and the priority of the governing organ. So that does not, again, rely on tech, but we are there to really give them the back end. For example, the spatial information does not only end to the satellite and trying to see. That's a very list of innovation. In fact, spatial information is public. We know how at the topology, the surveys, they are published in various landscapes for the world. But the back end is where it comes in, where we build specific models for specific metrics that a specific user or organ or government or user would want. So we all have different KPIs. So I expect a user to say, I need to monitor this out of this, and that is not common. And it's expensive at some point to just say someone in the world is just creating all these models to monitor for straight something else. But just to answer in a high level, be happy to talk more on the liquid booth. We give insights and the tech, and we hope the action makers to really do justice to the information they get. I hope that answers partly. Thank you. And is it Ndani, Mr. Ndani from Nairobi? Did I pronounce properly your name? Yes, thank you. So you asked the data, about the data, how private and secure it is. I would answer this in two approaches. When we are building machine learning or AI solutions, we answer the questions of ethics, privacy, transparency, all the values that my brother has portrayed in every step of development. So in a high level, I would say there will be consideration of compliance from the beginning. For example, here in Tanzania, it is with our agreement that everything stays in country. And that's our compliance. So if it's a solution here, the data, for example, I'm going to give an angle of a telco company, right? So a telco company, as an end user, knows where the base stations are, where the customers are, and that is private to them. When you are implementing a geospatial solutions for them to see the infrastructure, what areas it covers, what areas it doesn't cover, the information about where the assets are is private to the organization. When a solution like a geospatial solution comes in, these are the questions we ask our customers. Where do you want your data to be? In premise? Is it on a hybrid cloud? If it's in premise, it's upon the end of the developers of the geospatial solution to see how do they integrate all the functionalities in premise and the data stays there. So for developers, you know, we have APIs, so you can send your data, process results, and the results come back. And on the back end, there are no data that stays to the customer, stays on the other end. So there are questions and approaches of integrations that we approach these solutions to just have those answers. So there'll be no enforced solution that just runs and defies all the regulations. And the customer will have the checklist to say, okay, it's private, it's secure, there are cyber security solutions that are there in place. So there are answers, but in a high level, they are considered, but specifically in a granular detail, we go through those processes just to ensure all the worries are in place, are secured. And you asked, you gave like people trying to look on our data and go ahead of time. That's why we have laws globally on how we regulate the use of AI, how it stays safe and relevant to us as the humanity race. Apart from that, of course, if it happens, someone has time, has the money, and he just bypasses, though I know you lack like low-level unique data, if there's someone who can do all that groundwork and have your private company information, then maybe that worry, and that's why AI is the discussion. If someone goes through that, then that's someone we should be worried. But for now, it's something that I would say we should not worry.
Okay.
The data is safe.
Thank you, Mr. Engineer Yusuf. Do you want to chime in?
Yeah, I wanted to answer the second question.
Elizabeth, okay,
yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the second question about innovation. So from my perspective, I view innovation as a very dynamic thing. So if we try to recall back in the days, most of innovations, specifically breakthroughs, were coming from military. And then there was a bit of shift to academic institutions. So we had a lot of either patents or breakthroughs coming from academic institutions or academic researches. But when you look currently, most of innovations are coming from industry. Like, for instance, the innovations which are currently running the AI ecosystem. I'll just give an example of a transformer innovation came from Google. So it's very dynamic. And in another context, for instance, in Tanzania specifically, most of the innovations come from startups. So you see, like, there are different players who actually come together to bring innovation. But I see to come with a very impactful or a breakthrough, specifically in our context, we need like the play of academic institutions should be there, like to provide if it is a theoretical understanding of how things actually work, but also the industry, the technical people who actually use they transform from theory to solutions or practical implementation of what has been brought out from research. But also we need government to be there, like to either support those two entities, but in other entities, like for instance in Tanzania, the startup entities. But what is currently happening is we are just twisting what is existing, so which is very disappointing in some ways. But it's because possibly we don't have much either drive to do that, to come with a very unique breakthrough to advance the ecosystem or the technology. So that's what I think. And most of the patents actually, for instance, in AI are coming from China, then US, I think. Yeah, but we have a chance to change the narrative. Thank you.
Do you have something to say?
Just to add, I hear a lot of us being disappointed, not to go against him, being disappointed of us not having that tech stack at some point. There's no shame in customizing what exists specific for us, because we are behind. Saying we want to create a large language model ground up might work, but is it necessary if we can leverage the infrastructures that are already, but protect our data, have those modules here and work? And teamwork too. Do you know, it's even hard because everyone here wants to innovate. There's no teamwork. But if there was a way, and I know that's what ICT will introduce to us in the near future, where we can really have a like mind. If we have 10 startups doing almost the same thing, why don't you have a comprehensive unit? I know ICT will bring that to us. There are companies that are giving compute. So there are modules. For example, in Liquid, there are modules. You can come, and you don't need to put it on cloud. So eGov can just have their mod GPUs and stack, train. There's models that already pre-exist, and they are localized there. Now, we don't need to find engineers now to create new hardwares for that, but now we need engineers to fine-tune our data, ensure collection is there. We have regulations to make sure it's private, it's relevant. We can catch up, and we are proud to say Africans, we have a big leap in tech. So we can catch up what is there, stay compliant and with our regulations, and skip to straight where we can solve and put more gains to the pain points that we have as a country.
Great, thank you very much. I am told that we have completely run out of time. Before I let you go, I want to say that I'm very passionate with youth, and I appreciate that seeing you guys here, the youth being involved. Dr. Masaga mentioned that we're the drivers of the digital economy. We have to make sure that we go over the 1.5%. So I appreciate you guys and continue the good work that you're doing. And thank you, everyone, for listening and your questions. Thank you.
Let's put our hands together for the moderator and the panel. If you can come forward a little bit for a photo, please. Can I have your microphone? Asante sana. Thank you, Dennis, for yielding back 8 minutes as well. I think next session I'll ask for 20 minutes so I get at least 15. The next on program was robotic workshop, young future students innovators, and this will be moderated by Madam Eva Tito Shana. If you are here, please. Karibu sana. You are just between us and our lunch. So please make sure this goes very well. Karibu.
Yeah, we use your recipe.
Why?
Because
for lunch and then
Is lunch at ready? Naomba kama kuna any committee member here, please. Is lunch ready?
wanafunzi watapresent the timing kama
Okay, we'll proceed with the workshop. Karibu.
So thank you very much. Students, welcome in your groups with your robot prototype. So you'll arrange in order, in a group of 3, put your robot in front of you, and then you'll begin. John mpaka huku mwisho. Okay, my name is Eva Titoshana. As I've introduced myself yesterday, I am assistant lecturer and researcher from University of Dar es Salaam Physics Department, whereby we are holding robotics boot camp in Tanzania, and I act as a WRO coordinator, like World Robotic Olympiad, which is done every year in each country, and this time it is done on Turkey, and I am coordinating that program. So these are the representative of groups that we have trained this year, whereby we trained 300 students in Dar es Salaam from 6 schools, whereby we train students to connect physics they are learning in class. We connect them with the electronics, and we add them some knowledge on Arduino, coding and programming to solve problems in the society, local and global problems, by creating robotic-based solutions. And this was done to promote robotics in STEM. As you know, due to development of science and technology, we need robotic field to start to students at very young age. In our competition, we have 3 categories according to their age level. The first one is elemental category, which is students of 8 to 12 years. They are primary students. We don't have them this year, but we'll recruit them next year. So we have open recruitment for primary schools which have robotics club or which do not have. And our second category is the senior group, whereby the student with age from 14 to 16 years, which are basically on O level. And the last group is the senior. So we have senior members today, whereby under these categories, they are creating robotic solution in different criteria. For elementary, they are creating robotic solution that perform a specific task. Remember, they are primary students to raise their interest in robotics. But the senior and the junior, they are creating robotic solution that can solve problem. And out of the solution, they can be entrepreneurs. They can get money or they can have a business idea depending on their robot. So in front of you, we have groups from Feza Boys, Azania Boys, Jangwani Girls, and Alpha Girls, and they will present their robotic-based solution, and please be attentive so that you can ask them some questions depending on their designs. So first, I will welcome the first group from Feza Boys by Mgunda. Welcome. Mgunda is the last one, so welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Here from Feza Boys, I'm Nabil Nasor from the Maendeleo group. Ladies and gentlemen, here I am to present to you the Aqua Cleaner. This robot will be able to float on water, move, and clean and protect our water bodies, including the ocean, lakes, rivers, and even dams. As we know, the ocean covers about 70% of the Earth and supports half of the world's ecosystem. This means that it's very important to protect it. And for right now, about 1.6 million square kilometers of the ocean is covered by plastic waste. Hence, such a robot could be able to collect the waste and help save the ocean. I'm going to welcome my friend to present the problem solved.
My name is Melvin Andrew Mgunda, and I represent Feza Boys. I'm going to talk about the problems that we're going to solve by using this robot. One of the problems is river pollution. We know many rivers in TZ have been polluted due to humans and other factors, so our robot is made specifically to remove waste. Another one is flood control. You know that when people erode the rivers and may deposit waste in the rivers, the waste will be deposited, hence causing blockages. Hence, when they cause blockages, they will increase the pressure of water. Hence, water will fail to move in rivers. Hence, it will force the water to move outside on the sides of the banks, hence causing floods. Hence, communities that are living near rivers will be affected with waste. Another problem is the beauty of rivers. You know that Tanzania has so many rivers, and we are proud to see them while they're beautiful. So this robot will help to reduce waste, hence making the rivers much good and attractive. I'm going to talk also about the objectives. Our objective is that through this robot, we'll ensure that we reduce the number of aquatic animals that are dying due to food poisoning. You know that in rivers there waste plastic, so aquatic animals don't have that mind, so they'll eat the plastic waste and other waste. Hence, through this robot, we'll help to reduce the waste and reduce the death of aquatic animals. Another objective is we are going to ensure that TZ, people in Tanzania, will be aware about cleaning rivers. Imagine people near rivers see a robot cleaning waste in the rivers, hence it will remove the stubbornness of polluting the rivers. So I'm going to introduce my friend to talk about the components and how does it work.
In our robot, the components used are the gear motors for allowing the movement. We used it both on the side as the propellers, which spin for allowing it to turn, move forward and move back. And also we used it to allow the front roller, which will carry the waste inside to the small compartment to move and circulate. We also used the Arduino Nano as the processor to allow everything to be coordinated. We have a motor driver to coordinate the motors and work systematically. We also have the power source, which is the batteries, and also to allow it to move autonomously, we have the ultra sensor, which is optional because it can also be controlled through a Bluetooth control, which can be downloaded as an application on any phone. Now I'm going to allow my friend to present the importances.
So my name is Ampien Bogera, and I'm going to present about the economic importances of this robot. First of all, the importance of a human labor. So this robot can work in dangerous environments where maybe wildlife is present, and hence they may affect humans. But also it can pick hazardous waste such as biohazards, waste like syringes, which may also affect human health. This robot can also the waste can be recycled to produce manure, which can be used in agriculture, and other importances such as keeping our environment clean and attracting tourists in the area. So thank you.
Can you demonstrate, please, to save time? So after you tell us the robot, the problem, demonstrate, and then we move to the next.
We can demonstrate, but for now we can't, as our robot has to float on water. But Can we get the phone so as we can connect it? And
Yeah, the phone is by the next group.
we have to use the other one, which, can we go get it? It has different controls.
Please get it while the next group is presenting. We need to see how it works. So welcome the next group. When the first group is preparing their setup by Kasaka, welcome in 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. In front of you here is the group called the Wajenzi, and my name is Ferdinand Kasaka.
My name is Breton Chacha.
And my name is Johnson Jamil. Now, in our society, our environment faces various problems, and we mostly focused on beaches. Especially here in Tanzania, most of our beaches are unclean. They have a lot of trash, like glasses, papers, plastic bags, and they deteriorate our environment. So our great minds came together to help solve this problem. And we made our robot, and we named it the beach cleaning robot. It helps in cleaning the beaches around us and keeping them clean. So what are the objectives of our robots? What do we aim for this robot to do?
Our robot, the aim of our robot is helping to clean the trash by removing waste, conserving the environment, protecting the wildlife, and providing awareness and education to the society.
So in these objectives, as I said, human health, the glasses in the beaches can hurt people and they may contain germs and cause them diseases, plastic pollution to our environment, marine pollution, whereby the trash on the beaches can be carried by water from the seas and go to the animals, marine animals, and they can ingest them and cause them to die. And our robot functions by going to the beach. When the person goes to the beach, he or she has to make sure that the robot is fully charged, or he or she can connect it to any other power source, maybe solar, because our robot is specifically designed for being used in sunny weather or in cloudy weather. So let's say in sunny weather, we can keep solar panels, which can be used to help in driving the robot, but not in rainy weathers or any other, just sunny and cloudy. So after doing that, he or she keeps it on the beach and uses a controller, maybe on his phone by using Bluetooth or any other thing that can be used to control it, and navigates through the beach, helping to collect the trash. But for now, we don't have a place to store. But with more further research and more further time, we'll be able to give a place for the trash to be stored. And when that place is full, he or she comes to take the trash manually and goes to dispose of it. So what components do we use?
First, we have a shovel, which is used to collect the trash. And second, we have the breadboard. Breadboard it helps in the connectivity of these wires, the jumper wires. We have the wheels, which helps in the movement of the car. Also, we have the motor driver, which controls and regulates power, speed, and speed of other motors. And the motors helps it provides the energy to the wheels in order to move. And the jumper wires, it enhances connectivity from the breadboard to other sources. And we have the Bluetooth connector, which we connect the Bluetooth in order to control the car.
Can you demonstrate?
Yeah? On the beaches. Well, for now, our robots, truly, it can't yet sustain water because it's not fully waterproof yet. And salt water can damage electronics. But with further time and resources, we could hope in improving our idea. But for now, if it gets in contact with water, we truly say that it won't work that efficiently.
Yeah, but the first group, they will demonstrate with water. I think they are taking water outside because they will do on top of rivers. Thank you for that. I hope you are done. Thank you very much. The next group.
Good afternoon, everyone here today, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone here present to listen to us. Today, we're from Alpha Girls. We're from the senior category, and our group's name is called SWADE, which is abbreviation for Seismic Wave Detecting Robot. This year, on September 10th, 2016, Kagera was hit with an earthquake of 5.9 magnitude, whereby over 20 people were reported dead and over 400 people reported seriously injured, and thousands of people were reported displaced and nowhere to go since their homes and their buildings, infrastructure, everything was destroyed. Today we're here to present to you SWADE, which is a seismic wave detecting robot. Our robot is designed to detect seismic waves or earth vibrations on the Earth's surface, hence enabling it to be able to alert people in the area that there are seismic waves or earth movements that have been detected that can be critical and cause earthquakes or any other rapid earth movements that can cause damage or loss of lives to the people in the area. The problems that we're trying to tackle with our robot is loss of lives and biodiversity and destruction of property.
My name is Lulu Albert Musangi, and I'll be telling more about the goals, benefits, and objectives of this robot. So basically, during construction of this robot, we had the main goal and aim of preventing loss of lives of people and the biodiversity as whole in the environment, and also to prevent the destruction of properties and infrastructures. The objectives of this robot is to enable and be aware of earth movements and be able to find new areas of settlements before they occur, by using this robot to enable the monitoring of natural phenomena in the area and locate areas where these seismic waves have been analyzed. The benefits of this robot is that it can not only promote the safety and security of people, but also the biodiversity and different living things and non-living things in the environment. It also enables the monitoring of earth movements that will help us predict future predictions in the area.
How does our robot work? Our robot works by moving around a certain area and using the vibration sensors to be able to detect any earth movements or rapid earth movements in the area, hence alerting the people in the area that the earth movements that have been detected are critical and they should need to evacuate the area before any rapid earth movements such as earthquakes or landslides occur in the area, giving people enough time to be able to evacuate the area before loss of lives or destruction of property occur to them.
My name is Olivia Raymond Casera, and I'm here. I'm going to present the needs for this project and the conclusion. What we're asking for is mentorship. A mentor helps to share various ideas and knowledge on facilitating development of new skills, whereby they can help us improve our prototype and project. And also, we need financial support. When building a robot, you need various parts like sensors, motors, and batteries. Financial costs helps to cover up these costs. And also, we need prototypes. This is a representation of a product, making it easier to identify its designs and also help us to showcase our project. In a nutshell, this robot is mainly designed to predict Earth movements and take action on it before any rapid Earth movement occurs and causes any calamities like volcanic eruptions and earthquakes. We have future plans on developing and upgrading our robot to predict other calamities like tornadoes and tsunamis. Thank you.
Can you demonstrate? And tell us, what does it do?
So, when our robot moves around a certain area, the vibration sensors are designed to be able to detect any vibrations that have happened in the area. So, when the vibration sensors are triggered, it produces a sound by using the buzzer, then hence alerting the people in the area that there has been an earth movement that has been detected. And when the earth movements are critical, the alert continues, hence causing people to be able to evacuate the area before any rapid earth movement occurs.
Okay, thank you very much. The next group. Five minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are students from Jangwani Secondary School. My name is Aisha Shameidi.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aisha Ali Ismail.
We are here to present our robot, which is called the Brilliant Waste Management Robot, that had the aim to collect and transport wastes from the settlement and located it to even for industries. And this, I will allow my friend to continue with presentation.
Our robot, actually, what it does, it collects waste from settlement area and dumps it in different located areas, such as dumping sites, which help in environmental conservation. Also, the robots can pick dust, waste, and sorted material which are not wanted and deposit it to different areas, such as industries, which can be further recycled or used for different purposes. Our robot has different benefits, such as it helps in time consuming. It will cost much when manual labor is used in collection of waste. When we use the robots, it saves time, since the robot is more efficient than manual labor. It also reduces the cost of collecting waste, since the robots, you have to purchase this only once, then the rest will be done by the robot. Components.
The component of our robot, we have the servers that are used in motion, and also it had the DC driver for driving this car, and this is a dustbin for keeping wastes. Thank you.
Can you demonstrate? Wait. Can you demonstrate? You need a phone. Okay, you can take the phone and you can demonstrate later. So before you move, Nasser, are you ready to demonstrate? Not yet? Okay, next, Tanzania boys, welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. In front of you, my name is called Penal George, and I'm combined with my partners.
Innocent Sadiq Nason.
Martin Emmanuel.
And Baraka Abdal Said.
In front of you, we come with innovation project robot, goes by the name Seed Sowing Robot. That this robot has been created and designed specifically to certify the recommended manpower during cultivation activity in plantation of the seed. We have done some research, and according to Food Agriculture Organization, FAO, and World Bank have said that like 26 to 30% of Tanzania economic depend on agriculture. So due to this, like 26 to 30% of Tanzania depend on agriculture, and like 65% of population in Tanzania are doing agriculture activity. So due to this research, it leads to think upon which project that we should create in order to help different challenges that agriculture sector are facing, in order to help them in increasing their production in agriculture sector. So in front of you, there is a project called Seed Sowing Robot. That this robot has been created to certify the recommended manpower during cultivation in plantation of the seed. This robot has been created with different mechanisms that make this robot to work. There is 3 mechanisms mainly. There is a reaper that is used to preparing the hole by which the seed should be planted. There is a drum that is used to it works as seed dispenser that used to put the seed at the appropriate area that should be planted. As I will see, the drum is rotating. So when the drum is rotating, it takes seed from the can to go in the funnel and to go down at the place that should be planted. And lastly, there is soil coverage mechanism that is used to covering up the soil after the seed to be planted. There is different problem that we look out that we make to create this project upon different problem is that farmers are using a lot of cost to buy different item or different instrument that they can use to conduct the cultivation activity. So upon that, we have decided to create this robot, firstly, to reduce the cost of the farmers, and secondly, to save the life of organisms that are living in the soil, because one of the problems that farmers are getting when they are conducting cultivation activity is when they are conducting this activity through different instruments like hoe, they are causing death of different organisms that are living in the soil. But due to this robot, it will help also to save those organisms due to small soil disturbance while planting the seed. Okay, I'm going to allow or invite my friend to speak about the benefit of this project.
Oh, okay. I know why you are asking, why did we make this project specifically in seed sowing? According to the research we have done, most of the farmers in Tanzania think that the problem facing their agricultural practices is fertilization of the soil. But that is not the truth. The truth is that they do not consider the right measurements in planting these seeds. For example, one of the crops that Tanzania has great contribution to the world is cashew nuts. And cashew nuts have to be planted. One seed from another has to be the distance of 7 to 6 meters, which can lead to the presence of up to 277 trees per 1 hectare. So, by solving this problem, by creating this robot, which is the seed sowing robot, which can be assigned to live a certain distance in a certain, can be assigned to live a certain distance according to the plantation that is planned to be cultivated. So our project will be able to solve this problem and increase productivity and hence make the social economy greater than we have today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you demonstrate? And tell us a little bit what is happening?
This seed sowing robot composed a drum, which this drum has been called to rotate, and this rotation, it will cause here in the place that the seed should be put, and this rotation will take one seed to another through the soil. So this funnel has been created after the seed to be taken in this can. It will put directly to this funnel, and when it will take to the funnel, as you see, there is this that is used to put the seed right to the appropriate soil. This leaper has been created in order to prepare the hole by which seed should be planted. So it is working to prepare the hole where seed should be planted. This drum is rotating in order to take the seed to appropriate area that should be planted. And this mechanism of soil coverage is, after the seed to be planted, it will be covering up the soil. So through this robot, it will conduct all plantation activities in the farm that could help the farmers to increase productivity, because due to this robot, it will help to plant seed more efficiently, that in appropriate depth and appropriate spacing that could help the seed, the germination of the seed, to grow well and to increase productivity to our country. So that's why we come with a slogan called better cultivation for better production.
Thank you very much, Penuel, for your good presentation. So we'll go back to group number 1 for demonstration. By Nasser, welcome. Microphone. Welcome.
So first we have to connect the device to the Bluetooth on the phone, and then you can pick what command you're going to use, if it's going to be autonomous or manual. So we can start with manual. Because of the small area, autonomous will not be able to operate the water will pour. We can start by trying to moving it forward. Because of the height, it doesn't allow the propellers to move freely. But because the robot is designed to work in rivers, oceans, lakes, areas where there's depth which is enough for it to move, it will be able to move around. And when we are supposed to connect the battery here, the roller is supposed to spin, but because of the battery not being powerful enough, it hasn't been able to spin. And it can also move around, turn right and left by the propellers moving in opposite directions. This will help it navigate around the water according to the pieces of dirt.
Thank you very much. So we'll move to the next group by Jangwani girls. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Laura Barnabas from Jangwani Secondary School.
My name is Sania Ahmed from Jangwani Secondary School.
Thank you so much. We represent Jangwani Girls Secondary School. So here is Jangwani. Imagine you need to visit a place like in Central Asia. We're speaking of Indonesia, Philippines, and also you need to visit a place like, it's Southern Asia and Central America. Also in some places like in our school. Once Germans came in our school and they suffered a lot. They suffered from different allergic reactions due to the presence of mosquitoes. And they also suffered from, some suffered from yellow fever, some suffered from malaria. They suffered a lot. So imagine you're visiting a place with high population of mosquitoes. What do? Like some others cannot use repellents. Repellents are used chemicals. They are harmful to our skin and stuff like that. So we from Jangwani Secondary School designed our robot for trapping mosquitoes as well as other flying organisms that are dangerous to our to our life on land. So we are trying to prevent and recover different natural disasters, specifically eruption of diseases. And we want you to live in a peaceful place, in a comfortable zone. So this is non-toxic robotic device for trapping mosquito and other flying organisms. But we call it mosquito trap because the mosquito can stay alive for other studying purposes and biological researchers. The mosquito trap is designed, is co-efficient, it has a long lifespan from 3 to 5 years, and also our robotic device replaces the long run of the use of repellents, which are harmful to a human being. And we as human beings, we need to live safer so as to conduct different activities for the development of our nation. Let me welcome the engineer to demonstrate on how our robotic device work. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, my presenter. In front of you is a robot which is already explained by my fellow. This robot has the following parts. It has the Arduino, the batteries, the IR sensor, and this ultrasonic sensor, yeah. So this device works like this. It moves around and it has this UV light of length of 70 to 1,000 nanometer, which is what mosquitoes literally are attracted of. Inside this cylindrical cubic, there is a fan which pulls the mosquitoes inside so they cannot run away. It also has the motor which enables the wheels to move, so I'll demonstrate so that you can see. Okay, as you can see, she's being an obstacle and I'm also being an obstacle, so it shall do that for the rest of the place, so it will move and catch mosquitoes. Just take it, yeah. That's all, thank you, and that's our robot.
Thank you very much, thank you very much. Next, welcome Alpha Girls.
Good afternoon, everyone. In front of you today is Alpha Girls High School. My name is Natasha Ahmed, and I'm here with my colleagues Wangaleng Mustafa, who's the engineer of our robot, and Janice Stacy, who is the planner. So imagine walking by the streets of Kariakor, and you step on this large pile of dirty water. Personally, I would feel disgusted, but not only that, I also feel bad that I live in a society that has this problem. Apart from the streets of Dar es Salaam, in our schools, I was going back to class one day, and I saw this large pipe that kept on removing dirty water. Me and my friends felt affected, and some of us even had various diseases. This robot is called SLED, in abbreviation for Sewage Leakage Detecting Robots. I welcome my friend Janice to explain more about the robot. Thank you.
Thank you, Natasha. So, as our friend Natasha here has explained, we have our Sewage Leakage Detector Robot, or the SLED in abbreviation form, which is specifically designed to detect sewage leakages in different pipes found in cities and towns and various places. Now, as we sat down and thought about the problems we saw in our school in Kariakor, we noticed that we're trying to deal with problems such as hazardous exposure and infrastructure maintenance, in which we've seen that sewage at times can be highly hazardous and dangerous to human health, and at times the people handling sewage pipes can be seriously affected by these pipes and leakages. So we decided to design the robot to try to reduce this hazardous exposure and maybe prevent diseases and different pollution from spreading in the environment. And by doing so, we're also hoping to solve infrastructural problems, in which, since sewage leakages can be very expensive to mend and repair, we're hoping our robot can assist with these kind of infrastructural problems. Now, currently, our robot is a prototype of sorts, so we decided to start with some very small objectives. Currently, we're trying to prevent or reduce these leakages by detecting the leakages from the pipes and then alerting any nearby associated authorities to come check on these leakages and see if the pipe can be fixed. And we're also trying to reduce infrastructural damage to the pipes and other buildings that are connected to these pipes with the help of our robots. Now, the best way I can explain our robot works is that it is It is set up with a water sensor or a sewage sensor, which is used to detect the sewage that has leaked onto, let's say, the floor or from one of the sewage pipes. So we're going to use a mat to kind of demonstrate the way our robot moves. However, unfortunately, we're currently having technical difficulties as our robot cannot move and our motor sensor isn't working. However, the water sensor is still working perfectly, and as you can hear, there's an alarm that goes off when it detects the sewage that has fallen onto the ground. Now, the way we built our robots, we used a simple Arduino Uno system, which acts as the brain of our robots. We also used a motor actuator to help the robot move, which at the moment is unfortunately not working. And we also have a object sensor, which is supposed to sense the pipes that it's moving along. And we have also used connecting wires to connect all these components to help our robot move. Now, I already mentioned before that our robot is just meant to detect sewage leakages, but in the future, we're hoping to add more features, such as a camera or two, to show the robot's location and even the location of the pipe that's leaking. And at the same time, we're also hoping that it can be inside the pipe, so we can get an internal view of the leaking pipe, and also hopefully prevent rain damage towards the robot, as robots can be very sensitive to water. Now, I'd like to welcome my friend Wangalengi to help finish up my little presentation.
Well, we are sorry for the shortage, and apart from that, we hope you enjoyed the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we welcome our last group from Tanzania Boys. Welcome.
Hello. Yeah, thank you everyone, and good afternoon. Before you use Jefferson Yudas from Team Auto Firefighters. I'm also here with my colleagues.
My name is Faris Filippo. I'm from Tanzania.
My name is Castus Cloud. I'm from Tanzania.
Yeah, thank you. We've come with robotic solution, namely automatic wild and city fire fighting robot. And this has come into reality due to many challenges that people are facing, countries are facing, and the whole world at large, you can say, is facing. The main problem here is wild and city fires. This has become very huge challenges and leading to many effects. You can find many countries instead of putting the effort into the economic and social development activities, they are getting themselves into many problems to solve them, so to find it distract and put the movement of development low. So automatic wild and city fire fighting robot, here is where we find the need of this robot. And I can come with some example. For example, even here in Tanzania, just a few months ago, there at Msimbazi region, you can find this fire outbreak, and due to challenges in area mitigation and fighting that fire, we experience so many problems. And here are also some examples of fires that have been occur in Tanzania and the world at large. Welcome.
Thank you. The first one event occurred in Tanzania in 2017 in Kilimanjaro, 2018 in Selous Game, 2019 in Mountain Meru, 2020 in East Africa in Serengeti National Park, 2021 in Luhaha National Park, and 2022 in Ngorongoro Conservation Area. Thank you. That is examples.
Yeah, so we've seen there are so many fire outbreaks that occur in the world, Tanzania, and not only in Tanzania. I can add also some examples. In 2017, it also occurred in South Africa. It was known as the Kinasa wildfires, whereby it caused the displacement of more than 1,000 people in that place. It also happened in 2020 in California, USA, and led to many loss of property, loss of lives, and many problems. It also happened in Amazon. So you see, this is the problem. Though here is where we find the need of robotic solution, automatic wild and city fire fighting. How does it work? Or what is that automatic wild fire fighting robot? If you can find, this is the special robot designed to detect, notificate, and suppress fire automatically, immediately, and efficiently. So that's a wild and city firefighting robot. So the main objective of this robot is the area detection, notification, and suppression. So to find when in real life the robot is going to be put in the certain place, for example, near the bush or near the street. The sensors, we have frame sensors here for fire detection. It's going to be put in the bush, forest, or somewhere in the city or building. So when the fire is detected there, the notification is going to be sent to the robot, then the robot is going to get in that place immediately and automatically and suppress the fire, that fire immediately and efficiently. So that's simple how the robot works. And let me welcome my friend to give the components and explain them.
The components that we used in our robot, the first one is Arduino as a microcontroller. Arduino acts as a microcontroller that sends all commands for the robot. Other one is DC motors or gear motors for the movement of the robot. And other one are these flame sensors, which are going to sense the presence of fire or flame and give the information to the robot that at a certain place there's a fire and it's going to suppress it. Other one is breadboard for the connection of the wires and servo motor for movement of the pump.
Yeah, thank you. So for a robot to work, or for any development to be obtained, it need this robot. Since our robot is going to put a very conducive environment, so our government are not going to focus on the problems. Instead, after this hazard is going to be taken down by a robot, the government is going to focus on the development project instead of dealing with hazards. So let me demonstrate how it works.
Yes, please. Demonstrate.
Yeah, so we have fire, flame sensors. Also, we have water pump. So when the fire in a certain place or a particular place detect fire, the robot so is on. So when it's on, it means it's going to be placed in a station somewhere. Then after fire detection, light on there. So when the fire is detected, you find the robot turn on. Then when it's turned on, start to move on that particular area, and finding that area, light it again. So the robot follow that. Yeah, we're in problems in power, but the robot will follow that place. It's move. Then after moving, it will go into that area and suppress the fire automatically, immediately, like that. It suppress the fire. Then it get back to the station for storage and other purposes. So what we need for our project, so it's still a prototype, we need to improve it. So we need sponsorship, mentorship, guidance, and also funds to improve robots so as to save our country, Africa, and the world at large. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jefferson and Robert, for your good presentation. And thank you for all of you for your attention. Welcome for question. We have 5 minutes for discussion. Welcome. Yes, please.
Hello, everyone. Nitatumia Kiswahili because now we are training Swahili language model. Naitwa Nafith, ni graduate, form 6 graduate kutoka Tanzania Secondary, lakini ni award winner wa kitaifa wa Young Scientist Competition with my projects Mapato AI. Nilikuwa na comment ndogo kwa siku ya leo. Nadhani tumewaona wanafunzi ambacho wamekifanya. Mimi ningependa kuwekea utetezi mkubwa katika shule zetu za government. Mfano katika shule ya Tanzania, kipindi nimefika, masuala ya teknolojia yalikuwa hayaruhusiwi kabisa, kwa sababu wanaamini ni part ya kuwafelisha wanafunzi. Lakini kutokana na kitu ambacho nilifika nacho na nikakianzisha, basi hata walimu wakapata trust ya kwamba tukitumia technology pasavyo na tukawatrain wanafunzi, basi itakuwa ni part of themselves employment pamoja na kudevelop digital economy of the country. Kwa hiyo naomba Director General, walimu waliopo humu ndani, investors, tuweze kuinvest pia katika shule za government ili nao waweze kuspeed up katika technology na kuweza kuinua uchumi wa nchi yetu. Asante sana.
Thank you very much for your comment. Welcome, Doc.
Asante sana. Na mimi nitaongea Kiswahili.
Sawa.
Kwanza naomba ni kupongeze mwalimu na niwapongeze vijana wote hapa. Na nilikuwa naongea na mkurugenzi hapa. Nikamwambia leo sasa ndo nimeona matunda ambayo yanamfikia Mtanzania wa kawaida baada ya kuwasikiliza hawa vijana. Na mimi nikuambieni, hizo ndoto zenu hata kama hamkufika mwisho, hata kama zitashindwa katikati, hicho mlichokifanya msikisahau na kiendelee kukuwekeni katika mwenendo wenu wa mbele. Endeleeni kuota. Asanteni sana. Lakini kingine ni maagiza. Mimi nikiangalia TV kipindi cha vipaji, naona watoto wanacheza singeli tu na wanamuigiza sijui Joti na nani. Kwa hiyo nimemwagiza DJ hapa, hawa vijana watafutiwe series za kwenye television, waonekane nchi nzima kwa muda wa kutosha. Endeleeni hivyo na asanteni sana.
Asante sana, tunashukuru sana. Bado tuna dakika 4, karibuni. Karibu Madam CEO.
Naomba tuchangamke kidogo.
Asante sana. Naitwa Doris Male, CEO iLink Limited. Now, in short, I'm very proud. I'm happy to see that young girls and boys can stand up in confidence. Yani mna confident ya ajabu na nzuri sana. Hata kama mtu anataka kuweka hela, anaweka hela moja kwa moja kwanza kwenu kabla hata ya project. Congratulations. Naomba kuwaongezea kwa build sana na kuinvest zaidi kwao, but I urge financial institutions waangalie hizi projects. Inaweza kaona ni ndogo, lakini ile ndoto iliyoko ndani ni kubwa sana. Uwezo wao kusimama kuelezea ile linkage ya tatizo, suluhisho na wanaona nini mbele ni mkubwa sana. Watu wengi hawawezi kujieleza hivyo. Kwa hiyo ninaomba, from our company tunafanya digital financial literacy. Kama itawezekana tutapenda kuparticipate kuwafundisha zaidi upande huo ili waweze kujikuza zaidi na kuweza kuaccess financial instruments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One last question or comment? Welcome. Uko nyuma. Kuna baba uko nyuma. Gender balance.
Short and clear, please.
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Shaukat Ali Zahir Hussain. I'm the founder and technical director of Robotics Labs and Tanzania Open Innovation Organization. It feels very nostalgic to see amazing young entrepreneurs or even technological innovators building such solutions. Kwa kweli wakati nilikuwa umri yangu pia mambo haya yalikuwa yani kitaalam sana. Just to make it brief, we would be more than happy to support these innovators on the technological side. Our organization supports startups on the robotics side. Our policy is if you come from the public school or from the government school, our services are free for them. So if you're interested in robotics, AI, yani kazi za uchawi kuvunja vunja, you're most welcome, please. We can meet afterwards. Thank you so much.
And thank you very much, all of you. Now, we were looking for the opportunity to partner with the Robotech. Last time tulikosa kabisa namna ya kuwapata, but we are very happy to mepatana on this platform. Again, before I leave, I want to recognize the presence of Ms. Bahita Balele, Program Coordinator from UNECA, which is one of our international partners and funders in this project. And again, we need more support to expand this program because we have done it in Dar es Salaam. We need to expand it to Tanzania to meet all students, wanafunzi wa serikali na wa private peer. Thank you very much, and thank you, students. You can take back your home.
Don't leave, please. Just wait a little bit. photo yenu kwanza, lakini I want the high table as well, because this is something that has actually touched my heart. And anybody who has an AI of returning me back to my 20s, ninatangaza tenda. This is very unfair. Si tulitengeneza baiskeli zile za mbao, hawa wanatengeneza vitu vya ajabu kabisa. I really need somebody to help me to be in my 20s. Naomba tupige picha lakini wasiondoke. Request Professor Msele and the high table to join them after this picture. Dr. naomba nitajitolea kutengeneza script ya kuhakikisha tunapata kitu hapa na kutengeneza a special program kwa ajili ya kuirusha kwenye vyombo vya habari. Ndaomba mkae nyuma yao tafadhali. Wale watu wa umri wangu mnakumbuka zile baiskeli zetu za kuteleza kwenye vilima But we did our best. Congratulations to the girls and boys. The confidence was also something which was noted seriously. Yes. Okay. Najua wengine ni wafupi, sijui vijana mnaweza ikapigwa moja afu wakapiga magoti ili wale wazee nao waonekane, nao wawe sehemu ya hii kumbukumbu. Ningetamani wanafunzi wa Chuchumaa ili tuwaone na hao viongozi. Mwalimu na mwenyekiti mrudi nyuma, vijana wa Chuchumaa kidogo. Mna nguvu bado nyinyi. Mimi ndo nikiinama hapo inabidi mninyanyue na hizi roboti. Na hizo roboti zionekane. Please, can we? Yes. Naomba wote hao yes. Okay. Alafu kama kuna AI ya kufanya hii picha irudi miaka 20 na mimi niwe superimposed hapo, itakuwa vyema sana. Yes, can you carry your robots please? Jamani, naomba tuwapigie tena makofi. This is amazing. You girls and boys, you have lightened up my day. Congratulations again, and please take your seats. Asanteni pia viongozi. Hawa watoto ni wa kuangalia profesa hawa. Okay, after this workshop now, may I invite my colleague, Mr. Tumaini Magila, for the announcements before we proceed for lunch. Naomba na nyinyi mjipigie makofi kwa kuendelea kuvumilia mpaka saa hizi tafadhali.
Thank you so much, Mr. Innocent Mungi. I call you my instructor. I've a couple of few announcements. Obviously, I'll start in Swahili, and then I'll switch to English. Kwa wale waliojisajili kushiriki mkutano kuanzia kesho, mnaomba mchukue beji zenu nje kwenye registration booth. Wale wote ambao wamejisajili na wamelipia, kwa sababu kuanzia kesho watu wote nje mnaombwa kuchukua. Tangazo la pili ni chakula cha mchana kipo kwa ajili yetu wote na kiko floor ya 3. Kwa wale viongozi panelists ambao walioko high table, chakula kitakuwa kwenye ukumbi wa Ngorongoro, lakini kwa wale delegates wengine wote nitaomba muende kwenye ukumbi una Kilimanjaro pale pale floor ya 3. Kwa baada ya chakula tutarudi hapa ndani ya dakika 45. Sasa hivi ni saa 8:05. Kwa hiyo tunaomba wote turudi saa 8:50 wote tuwepo ndani ya ukumbi huu, kwa sababu leo tunataka tumalize ndani ya muda. Saa 10 kamili tu tumeshamaliza session zote. Kwa hiyo karibuni sana, lakini vile vile nawakumbusha tuko live YouTube. Kwa wale ambao mnataka kushare na watu wengine walioko nje, mnaweza mkaenda kwenye YouTube channel inaitwa ICT Commission. Lakini vile vile kwa wale ambao hawakupata nafasi ya kuuliza maswali, kuna QR code ambayo inakuwa displayed kwenye screen. Mnaweza ukascan na ukatuma swali, maoni au chochote kile ambacho unataka kucontribute kwenye mkutano wetu huu. Lakini vile vile kwa wale ambao mna share picha kwenye social media, msisahau kuweka hashtag. Hashtag ya leo siku zote obviously ni TAIC 2024, lakini specific kwa ajili ya leo kwa ajili ya kumkumbuka na kumwenzi baba wa taifa, tuna hashtag inaitwa Youth in ICT for Nyerere Day. Youth in, you can go and collect your badge outside of the registration booth. Dinner will be served at 2 venues for panelists and VIP at high table. Dinner will be served at Ngorongoro at 3rd floor. But also for all delegates, dinner will be served at Kilimanjaro Hall. I would like to remind you we are live on YouTube channel. So for those who want to share the link, just type ICT Commission on YouTube. You'll be able to see we are live. Also, if you have a question or something you need to share with the organizer or a question on all sessions, there's a QR code on the screen will be shared. Please scan and send your thoughts, comments, or ask a question. Thank you so much. The dinner will be served until 14:50. All delegates, you're supposed to return to the meeting venue by 14:50. All welcome. Asanteni sana.
Those who are seated behind, please, can you come forward, please? Wale mliokaa backbench, tunaomba msogee, maana hizi picha tunaonekana live kama hakuna mtu kabisa. Alafu na nyinyi huko hamuonekani. Ningeomba msogee, please, tukae eneo hili hapa tafadhali. Tumaini. Hello, hello. Can we take our seats please? Naomba tena jamani, najua mtu mzima kama mimi nikiwaomba mje huko afu mkaja afu ngakimbia hapa kuna meza tafadhali. Fungueni hivi vya chini. Good afternoon. I know this session after lunch will be a bit interesting, but I'm sure. May I ask for your indulgence again? If you could come forward, that will be really good for those who can. Our next session will be on funding opportunities for artificial intelligence startups in Tanzania. And this session will discuss crowdfunding framework of Tanzania, angel and venture capitalist funds, L-seed funding, and we have a moderator who will call the speakers for the panel discussion. May I, with all due respect, welcome my brother from another mother, Dr. George Mulamula. I've known George Mulamula since his youth. He has been one of the best engineers, I suppose, who are in the innovation part of it.
And
Dr.
I'm still young.
Yeah, young at heart, but you know the truth. May I welcome you, sir, to the floor is yours. You can call your panelist and proceed. We have an hour, but if you can yield 15 minutes, that will be really good.
Thank you, Mr. Mungi, my other brother from another mother, as he says. Can we have microphones, please, for the chairs here? The handheld mics, please. Can we have them? And good afternoon, everybody. At least he answered. Hizo microphones zinakuja jamani? Zinakuja, eh? Sawa, sasa for my panel discussions, can I ask Mr. Hamisi Juma to come forward, please? Ms. Zahra Deuji, is she here? She said she will try and be here. I hope she's here. And then Mr. Hussein Shaukatili, please come forward. And Dr. Nice. I was told not to say Dr. Nice, but to say Dr. Nice. Please come forward. Good. Microphone. Sit over here. So out of the 4, I've only 2. This is fantastic. Then it will make the discussion even more interesting and more time for you to say a few things, you know. So those who know my background, nitatumia swa English jamani, lakini more of English because we are transmitting outside Tanzania on the internet, but I'll use a little bit of Swahili. Those who know me, at least know that I founded the DTBI, Data Kuhama Business Incubator, which was based at Costech from scratch. And for 9 years, I ran it. We made it grow to be the largest tech incubator in East Africa. And then I handed over to others to continue. I went to look for other interesting and greener pastures. At that time, we were encumbered by the issues of startups. How do we get funding for them? How do we support them? And I went through those challenges. But I'd like to hear from you, my fellow panelists. Please introduce yourself as your name and where you come from. 2 minutes before we delve into our discussion. We'll start. Ladies first. Ladies first.
Good afternoon. Okay, like I introduced myself yesterday, I'm Nice Nicholas Nkondora. I'm a medical doctor, graduate from MUHAS this year. I'm a founder of Mindful Mastery Limited, currently working on an AI project on mental health called Akili Yangu. I'm also a volunteer at the MUHAS Innovation Unit and a techpreneur and research enthusiast.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. My name is Shaukat Ali Zahir Hussain. My name is very long, so usually everyone calls me Ali. It's easy to remember me that way. I am the founder and technical director of Robotics Labs and Tanzania Open Innovation Organization. By heart, I'm an engineer. I spend most of my time working in the Fab Lab. So anything that involves kuvunja, kutengeneza, kurekebisha, uchawi yote ambayo it involves technology, this is where you'll find me. It's honestly, it's an honor to be actually on stage because I'm with my mentor who actually helped me in my journey to where I am today as well. So it's truly very, very auspicious for me to share a platform with him. We are mostly a tech organization. We usually help startups in particular with their technical projects, both on the hardware and software. And this is what has been our strengths till date so far. So we'll be hoping to answer all the questions that we can help you with.
Yeah, so let's start our journey of funding for, not only AI startups, but startups in general. Normally, there are three types of, we are supposed to discuss the three types: crowdfunding, angel investment, and venture capitalists, and then early seed funding. What has been your challenge in terms of funding? Where do you start from? For example, you were a startup at some stage. Give us your experience and then.
Right. So for us initially, we didn't get funding, unfortunately. I was not really exposed to the funding ecosystem initially. I had to dilute equity in my company at a very early stage. And when I talk about dilution, I'm talking about a very significant amount of the company. And because of that, there were several reasons why I had to dilute so much. Number one, we were still a proof of concept. No one really understood what we were doing and how we were doing it. And people thought that this is a risk they have to take. Now, anything that involves risk and involves high capital, obviously there has to be a chunk that will obviously make the investor in alignment with your vision. So it may be a shocker to you if I say how much we had to dilute of the company. We had to dilute 80% of our company in 2017. And that was a huge amount we gave off in 2017. As we speak today, we have reversed the roles. We now own back 80% of our company and 20% goes back to investors because we had that condition in our contract that we can buy back our equity. The only problem for startups, and I would believe that a lot of people would agree, is if you do not have anything tangible with sufficient backing in terms of traction, numbers, or sales, getting funding becomes very difficult, number one. Number two, funding is usually acquired for people who are trying to prove a concept. Even for investments, these numbers are very, very essential. And I do believe right now where we are standing in this ecosystem, money is a big challenge. Until you have figures to prove it, until you have traction enough, until you have some sort of income or profit-generating activities, that's when you can actually be able to acquire some level of sufficient funding with a proven case or model, but also even investment. And even investment has its pros and cons. So we also will be discussing that as we go ahead, I believe.
Have you come across any funding issues, Dr. Nice?
Like I said yesterday, money is never enough and money is always a problem. So yeah, actually we have been facing a lot of funding issues, especially when we were in the early stages, when we just had ideation. We have not even gotten someone with tech, but we have the idea. So I got an advantage of being incubated from when I had an idea. So we were given ABCs of funding. At this stage of a startup, you can get funds from maybe say an angel investors and grants. Then when you get to this stage, you can go for venture capitalists and the rest. So with that guidance, and I knew where I am and who can give me something at that point, I can say maybe I was focused on that. So we were focusing on participating in competitions, and on winning the prize money, we go and enjoy a little bit to congratulate ourselves, and the rest comes back to keep pushing the project forward. And also we have been bootstrapping using our own resources. That we have done a lot until now when we are developing our MVP, but we are still using a lot of bootstrapping money and cash prizes. But also when we are maybe invited to exhibit somewhere by a certain entity and they pay us per diem money, we also use that to develop. So other than that, we have also been applying for grants, and of course, you will apply for 1,000 and get to 1 and get to stage 2 of the interview, and that might or might not work, but I can definitely say funding is a problem.
You know, you talked about bootstrapping. It reminds me of my daughter. And in the world of funding and entrepreneurship and startups, there are what we call the 3 Fs. The first F is that I come up with an idea, and then I go to my family, usually it's the father, and you ask for money. They give you money to do your startup. And then it goes on, and then it doesn't go well. That person then goes to friends. That's the second F. And they get more money, they continue, and still they need more money, so they come back again to you, the first F, but now instead of being family, you give them money and you become a fool. So because you gave them. So that's the history of the 3 Fs in terms of funding for startups. But let me be a devil's advocate here and say, it's not an issue of funding, because the way you spoke, you got money, Ali, Dr. Nice, you got seed funding money. It's a question of the mindset rather than the funding. Do you agree with that? Does it play a role? Yeah.
I think it's very, very true. I think I may sound wrong saying this, right? There are entrepreneurs, there are fundpreneurs, and there are grantpreneurs. That is the reality. That mindset needs to change, that there comes a point in time that grant money and fund money will not last very long, won't take you too long. And you should be in a position to actually take a risk and take an investment. I think the mindset basically is to challenge yourself to do something that's very much daring as an entrepreneur and take a risk. This is what entrepreneurship is all about. And there comes a point in time where you really need to make that move and say, okay, I need to get investment. I need to get someone who can add value not only by financially on the board, but also nurture the company with their relevant experience and expertise. But that's not the case most of the times. And unfortunately, this is becoming a situation where everyone's go-to is funding. Now, also, that depends on the situation, right? If you are trying to build something that hasn't reached maturity to actually take to market, then obviously funding is the way to go until you reach that stage. But the question is until when? And also to get investment, the different parameters that you'll be assessed for. Now, all these things, as an individual, you need to be mentally prepared, because numbers become everything for that at that point in time.
Yeah, true too. You know, but then the other aspect is that we, as a startup, you're going to look for funds. How prepared are you to convince the investor to invest in your startup? And this comes to what we call the soft skills. The pitching. Have you encountered that, Dr. Nice, in terms of trying to get funds?
Yeah, I have pitched on a couple of competitions. Yes, I have. But I haven't really pitched to an investor at some point that I'm trying to convince a single person, no, but I've pitched in competitions. So I have been trained in some way on how the kind of language to use and how to prepare your slides, and all the way up to convincing an investor to invest in you. And of course, the things you have to prepare before going to pitch. Maybe say, for example, you're asking for a fund of $20,000. at that point you are presenting, you actually need to have a budget on your hands of how you are going to use that $20,000. You can't tell someone you need $20,000, but you don't know how you are going to use it. And of course, he might not tell you I want your budget, but he might just ask you point blank, explain to me how you are going to use that $20,000. So also, some of the money that you have gotten before, maybe say you participate in a competition, but then you want to hold yourself head up high that you won something, but of course he might follow up and find out there was prize money to that, and maybe it was significant. And then at some point, maybe you and your team decided to completely divide that amongst you, and you ended up there. So that can also make him think that you are not serious enough. You got a significant amount of money that would have pushed you forward, but you decided to enjoy the whole of that money. So what you did before also is very accountable when you are going to present to someone asking them to give you funds.
True. As we go about seeking funds for startups, in the West, at some point, there was this phenomena of crowdfunding. And of late, I've seen it come to our part of the world, I mean to Tanzania, and you see it happening for weddings and for other social activities. But have you encountered it in the entrepreneurial tech space, crowdfunding being used?
Unfortunately not. I think currently what we have existing outside, right? We have the GoFundMe campaigns, the Kickstarter. These are obviously frameworks that have been established in a way that involves the community, right? But in Tanzania, like you mentioned, you have the informal fundraising. Unatoa bahasha, mchango, and everything is good to go, but not for the ecosystem. And I think this is something that we would need to work around in creating a framework for crowdfunding, especially for the local ecosystem, because it does not exist. Even though it may exist, like you said, but it's very informal. But we need something that's much more robust, much more on a greater platform, that's much more enticing for the youth and the startups in the ecosystem today.
Maybe this is one thing the audience can come and chip in later on, whether what have they experienced anything to do with crowdfunding in terms of supporting startups per se. But that's one form of financing. The other thing I would like us to talk about or discuss has to do with the seed funding that we give to our startups. Is it adequate? Is it there in our society? What do you think, Dr. Nice?
Okay, I can say seed funding is there, but also it's not easy to get. It is definitely not easy to get, but it is available when you are not serious enough, when you're persistent enough, because they will turn you down 150 times. I might pitch to someone and someone sees potential in me, but I might pitch to someone else and someone really sees no potential in me. So at some point, it does not matter what I'm pitching, but it might matter what is the mindset of the person I'm convincing to give me a seed fund. So in that way, I can encourage applying for initiative-focused seed funding. Maybe say I'm doing something in mental health, so I am seeking for people who are funding mental health-based initiatives. For example, there's maybe Grand Challenge Canada, EMBA initiative, which is specifically for mental health, and they mentioned the countries they are focusing on in that round. So when you go there, you are sure that you are in the theme that the person wants. So at least you have lowered down the burden of trying to explain yourself and why you have chosen that initiative, and you are focusing on the techniques that you are planning to use so that you can actually get that fund. But also in so doing, the steps are not as simple as we think. You apply first in writing. After that, they'll call you for an interview, second stage, maybe third stage, fourth stage. That's when you're going to get it. But also after that, you have to know that some of them actually don't just give you funds. They actually want to partner with you for a while and monitor how you use those funds. So again, you have to be very, very careful with your books once you are given that seed fund. Because once they see there is a bit of negativity in what you are doing, maybe at some point you need recommendation, they will not give you that recommendation to a venture capitalist for further pushing forward your project.
So that raises the question, Ali, if you don't mind calling you Ali. I used to call you Ali. The issue of seed funding, first of all, what criteria do we utilize for seed funding? One, on the basis of the person wanting to give you funding, do they use external criteria of the, let's say, of Europe, of America, bringing it down to Tanzania and say, I'll give you seed funding based on that criteria? Then it raises another question that says, we in Tanzania, those who are applying for seed funding, are they at that level to get that funding? What do you see in terms of that approach?
It's a very good question. I think if you look at the East African landscape as well, Tanzania isn't amongst the top 3 getting those high investments, or even those early stage fundings. That's because we haven't created enough traction or success stories that haven't gotten out in there. I mean, a perfect example would be Benjamin Fernandez Nala, right, FinTech. He was able to do it not in Tanzania, but started the idea in Tanzania, got it out of Tanzania, brought it back to Tanzania again. This is how he created his platform. So I think for early stage seed funding, there are a lot of criteria that they usually use for our context as Tanzanians, because there are certain criteria we have not, I don't think we can meet yet to actually compete internationally yet. And this is why we have organizations like Tanzania's TSA, Tanzania Startup Association, really working with the government to create policies and frameworks that can prepare startups in a much better position to actually compete on international platforms. You know, I mean, I just give an example of what I've been a part of recently. We have this project called the PDP, Product Development Partnership. It's a consortium of different partners all together. We have Will Grow Africa from Kenya, who are handling the financial aspect. We have our organization who are helping the startups on the technical aspect. The biggest thing that startups are failing or would be having a challenge on would be their dossier, their documentation, especially when it comes to applying for funding, because Will Grow Africa is already an international organization and has a bigger platform. The amount of scrutiny these startups go through in getting the paperwork is immense. I mean, for me as an individual, during that time, I would go literally bonkers because there's so much paperwork. But coming to think about it in the long run, they assess you from your team. They assess you from your skill sets. They assess you from your project. They assess you from your the model that you're proposing. They assess you from how you're going to spend the money. They keep traction. They ask for audits after every quarter of your funding. They're that strict. And this is a good thing, but because we are trying to create that environment that is conducive enough for our startups to actually reach that platform of being internationally seen and viable. So I still think we are a work in progress, but we are in the right direction.
So you want to add something? Yes, go ahead.
So also some of the international organizations that provide seed funding tend to use the locally pre-existing incubation and ventures to be able to get that fund to the community. So the local ones are the ones that scavenge for the ones who are viable. They assess them, then they link them to the ventures. But then also nowadays the culture of keeping them in a mentorship program of about 12 months to make sure that they have trained them enough to be able to use that fund properly before actually getting the fund at the end of the train.
So what you're saying is, Ali, you're saying that we have not reached that stage. That's nice. You're saying there is a process that goes to try and make us reach that stage in order to get that funding. Then that's the seed funding part. Then the next stage up is the angel investment funding. We rarely have venture capitalists. There might be one or two in the country from my research, but you may correct me, or the audience may correct me. But do we have angel investors in Tanzania?
Yes, we do actually. It's called TAIN, Tanzania Angel Investment Network, that's been established here in Tanzania. It's a really good platform. Unfortunately, I haven't met all the individuals, but I know a few of my colleagues are part of the network. And it is interesting how they are trying to look for individuals that can compete on the big scale. And they are very, very polite in the sense that they're not aggressive sharks. They have a Shark Tank. They're very, very supportive in the sense that they actually try nurturing and grooming you at the most infant stages as possible for startup, because they know what is out there. They know where they want to put the money. It just reminds you of if you leave, I used to remember this organization, Seed Space, I don't know if it still exists. Their model is very, very, very strict. We're looking for that $1 billion company. And I'm like, you would burn so much capital just to look for that unicorn? Why would you do that? But the Angel Investment Network of Tanzania right now is doing a much better job by actually breaking it down to a much nook and cranny aspect. So they try assessing you, they try monitoring you, and then they start supporting you with both financial and non-financial support that will enable you to reach those heights. And I really commend this network, which is doing a fantastic job. I think if Isa and a few other colleagues from Serengeti Bites were here, it would be quite good to actually hear from them, but I don't think they're in the audience at the moment. Yeah.
Have you come across any angel investor, Dr. Nice?
In Tanzania, no, but I've heard of the ones outside. So he has actually enlightened me.
Okay.
So I think I have to go and speak to him later about the Tanzania Angel Investment Network.
That is true. So we have that. And VCs. Normally we have a VC in Nairobi, South Africa, Egypt, Morocco, Tanzania. Any experience on the VC?
Personally, for me, I haven't yet. But again, there are groups for these, which I can obviously find out more. But for me, venture capitalists, again, is still new territory. I think even for our ecosystem, getting there is still a whole other journey. I think right now we're still at that stage where we're actually looking for seed funding, grants for proving the concept, and then after the seed funding, that's where you look into the other options of VC or angel investments or funding accordingly. But yeah, it's a journey. It's definitely a journey.
Yeah, being a startup in Tanzania is not easy. I mean, this is a discussion for all of us. Let me open it up to the audience for comments or questions. Anyone out there who has a question, raise up your hand. Raise up one finger. There's in the middle there. Yes, Karibu. The leader. Yeah.
Okay. My name is Elizabeth, as I previously introduced myself. And my question is...
From where? I wasn't here when you introduced yourself.
Okay, I'm currently a student.
Where?
At the University of Dar es Salaam.
Okay. I thought it was the University of Dodoma. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so my question is, as an entrepreneur, how do you assess a startup's ability to withstand economic collapse? And my other question is, for example, you get a venture capitalist in, say, Tanzania or maybe any other country, maybe international venture capitalists. Do they own the stakes from the beginning of your startup to the end? Like they have this part to the end, or there is a time where they just leave you to dominate on your own? Or what's the exit strategy? Maybe if you just want to own everything, like by yourself.
Your first question had to do with withholding the shocks of the economic collapse.
Yes.
Okay, do you want to? Okay, go ahead. And then you can pick up the second one, VC one. Okay, and I'll chip in at the end.
Okay, I've not studied economics, but from the essence of a question, I think the best way to do that is to look at the near future. Like, do not look at right now. Maybe say maybe say right now you are creating something which is analog based, but seeing the trajectory, seeing that we are going to the digital world. So you can start engaging yourself into the near future because you know that it's going to change. You know the trajectory will change. But also at some point, there are things which are unpredictable. Like COVID-19, it was unpredictable and it really did an economic damage, especially for those startups which were physical. And that is I'm not sure if it was a natural disaster or a man-made disaster, but it happened. And at some point, we were not prepared for that, even in the national level. So I cannot really tell as a startup how you're prepared for that. Maybe have a contingency fund.
So to summarize what she's saying is that when you create a startup, you must have a value proposition that is wanted by the community, that helps you take up some of the shock, but at the same time, you have to be agile and be ready to pivot depending on the demands of the community, and that's how you survive. I think that's what he's saying. Yeah. Go ahead.
I mean, just to add to that, when we got our first funding, we did a trajectory of 3 years for our project. One of our projects, and we included what will be all the operating costs, our expenses, and we could figure out a particular burn rate every month so that before we actually reach the third year, we know how we're performing. So that every quarter we do an analysis and see, are we meeting our milestones on a quarterly or or semi-annually or annually. And then if we're doing well, then we are on track. If we're under our thresholds, then we're safe. If we're above the thresholds, we got to cut down and make sure we're within the threshold as well. So it's a wholesome job. It's not an easy task. I can tell you from the fact that it's been very tough for me initially, but once you get yourself into the deep waters and start swimming, and you can learn how to swim, you'll be okay. So take it as it comes. This is my advice.
VC?
That's a very good question. So we had a situation where we had a VC who wanted to jump into our one of our projects in the company. There are very interesting terms and conditions you can establish. Have you watched Shark Tank before? Have you watched Shark Tank? Shark Tank on YouTube. Check it out. It's very interesting. It depends on how you structure the deal with the potential VC, right? They can put in money in your organization for a certain level of equity or a certain amount of profits that you will generate, and they take equity from that profit. It's all about the discussion that you have with your VC. Now, for me, I like being sneaky. As much as I can hold back, the more merit for me, right? So, for example, we could have an agreement where there's actually a royalty discussion on the sales of the product or service, or there's a profit-sharing model on the investment that they're putting in, or they take equity for a certain amount. Once they receive the investment back, they drop back the equity, maintain a small amount of equity, raise another amount of profit, and then from there we can re-own the company back. So you have various models that you can negotiate with your VC. I mean, also depends if your VC is kind enough or not. If he's a shark, he will bite. If he's a fish, he will just nibble and let you go. So be very careful who you put on board your organization with for this.
Generally speaking, a rule of thumb, a VC normally will invest about 500,000 upwards to millions. An angel investor will invest below 500 all the way up to about 100,000. And your seed funding is normally below 100,000. And whoever comes to invest in your startup, you have to be careful. You have to know what you're doing. You have to know what your value is worth, what is a company is worth. Because then you are at a good position to negotiate with the investor. And there are very, very many models, as Ali says, equity, or just be on the board and they take some shares, and then when they pay back, what's the exit strategy? Do they buy you all back, or do they exit shares, and so forth? These are things that are negotiated. And this is where a good incubator will teach you how to do all these things, including signing your NDAs and how you get your royalties and so forth, based on what assets that you have. And your assets are not normally just the hard equipment, but it's also your mindset and your minds that you have. Your intellectual property that you have in terms of thinking, how you came about, how you got it done, and your passion to make a difference in a particular venture that you're doing. So all these things should be considered as you have a discussion with the investor. Do you want to add on to that, or it's okay? All right. Yes, over the gentleman there.
Yeah, my name is John Kajipa from ESLF. Thank you for all two presenters for your good presentation. Mine is just open for discussions. I've just checked among the countries that are doing very well in startups, the top 10, you find that Tanzania is not there, but our neighbors, Kenya, are number 3. As a country, what should we do different to attract more funding to startups? Thank you.
Ali is saying that's a loaded question. Answer it the wrong way, it may come to bite you. Comments?
I'll play safe, very safe, because this is going on international platforms. I'll be safe. I think we are in the process of creating the right framework as a country that will deem feasible for the country and its people. This is all I can say for now. I think, Doctor, you are the one who should be answering this question more than us.
But he didn't call me. He said for the presenters, not the moderator.
You're presenting and moderating as well.
Okay.
So this one would involve you for sure. I would love, this is where you should put your comments for sure.
Any comments?
I don't dare.
No. I think from my perspective is that, it's the question of who beats the drum the loudest sometimes gets heard. We have done a lot as such, but we don't beat the drums out loud like the others because we are preparing a very good foundation, and that takes time. So once the foundation is set up, start beating our drums, we'll be reaching the moon or beyond the moon, while others are still trying to reach there. Right. Any other question? Yes.
Thank you, Lord. My name is Joseph Cleveland. I want to ask...
From
MMI.
Yes.
Yes. Recently, I was listening to an interview which was asked by, it was a former president of Stanford University, John Ennis. He was asked what the reason behind of Stanford University to attract more fund. In the first place, Stanford has a bigger endowment, but philanthropists give a lot of money to the Stanford. And he said the reason behind because we are chasing the greater value, the greater cause, I mean. The thing we are doing here in Stanford is the challenges of the society. While other universities lack fund, Stanford has a lot of fund. So, is it true that many startups and businesses lack the big idea? Thank you a lot.
Anything to say? Oh, okay. Dr. Nice wants to say something.
Okay, I think the right idea depends on the listener, who you are speaking to at that point, and what does that person want to fund. So you might have the right idea, but like I said, you are speaking to the wrong person, not interested, doesn't see potential in that field. Of course, they will not fund you. So I can say maybe Stanford has had pitched the correct ideas to the correct funders. So they have accumulated a lot of funds. But also maybe the initiatives in the universities are specific and they know who they want. When you know someone has money and someone can give you, you might diverge into that field so that you can get a lot from that person.
I think just to add on to that, your question raises 2 points. The idea of a philanthropist or philanthropy, and then the idea that the startup wants to do and the support the startup gets. Stanford, luckily, was at the center of the growth of the Silicon Valley and the ideas that were organic that were happening. And what it did was it brought together and created what we call a triple helix situation, which is now moving to a quadrihelix approach to the entrepreneurial ecosystem. And this is why the ministry right now is creating the Digital Technology Institute based on that philosophy, because you want to approach all these key stakeholders, namely the government, the academia, the private sector, and the community, to solve solutions in a digital manner. So this is what is going on right now. And of course, now the idea of philanthropy, do we have any here in Tanzania, number one? The only one I know was the late Reginald Mengi, okay? He was a philanthropist, God rest his soul. But then he was more tied in to women and young and youth to try and support them. When I was running DTBI, I went to an organization which had money, and I asked for $50,000 to support an idea that will, in return, in 9 months, make them more money than that. But it was an idea. It was a technology. They were not interested. But then they went to a football company and sold SIM cards, made money, which was less. They spent the same amount of money I was asking for, made less money. So the idea of philanthropy, what it means, is still not inculcated in our minds in Tanzania as a whole. So those ideas, so there's a bit of education that is required for us to move forward and to see how do we support startups, how do we help them. Most people who give money, they want the tangible, the brick and mortar. If they cannot touch it, hold it, then they really want to spend any money, even if it's philanthropy or it's an AI, they want to support the entity that's going. They want to see, it's like building a building. They want to see the bricks that are there, the building going up. But if it's software development and all those, they don't see it and they're not sure. So they are more risk evasive to say, let's not deal into that. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. George. This is just a comment, not a question. I will start where Ali ended. I think this will respond to the two, like it's a following comments from the two observations or the questions they raised. My name is Elias Patrick. I'm the Executive Director of Tech for Tanzania, and I happen to work with some VC firms. So at least in that space, I'm not left behind. At least have some inside information. So maybe for the benefit of all in the room, this is just opinion that I got from one of the investors. Investors, they have decided to choose center of innovations, like where they can meet talents. So I'll give example. He asked about Kenya. Kenya is among the center of innovation in East Africa. Kenya, Rwanda, it's like their entire ecosystem. It is a center of innovation. You're talking about Nigeria. It's a center of innovation. Johannesburg, Joburg, it's the same. Why people are moving to Dubai, it's not a coincidence. So my feeling is investors have decided to choose some areas where they're going to inject the money because of those centers. He raised about Stanford, and you mentioned about Silicon Valley. Those are centers where they know, like, if I go, I'll meet millions of innovators, millions of talents. So the investors' confidence is high compared to the areas where it's like they are going to start a new investment. When they come here and basically they want to fund any tech, it is hard to fund a tech business here because they haven't proved anyone who has invested. And investors, they want to see, it's like if you have a friend and is doing a certain business, you always like referrals. So do we really have referrals of investors who have injected their funding? Or even having a local person who has raised the Series A, Series B, Series, like who has raised that much? So I would say two things. Number one, let's create Tanzania now where Ali stopped. Maybe, I don't know, it's regulation or the framework, because the incentives that will attract more funders, more investors to come in. But the second part is the startup. I think I will explain more in other coming sessions. The startup also are not ready. They are not fundable. The entrepreneur for I call them entrepreneur for lifestyle. If the investor give them maybe seed funding, maybe 100K USD, they just buy a car and post on Instagram. No investor will come and invest to that person because themselves, they haven't proved they are able to, they are not even building scalable products that can be really fundable. So I would say there is issue of founders, maturity, but also the investors, also they have a perspective of the countries that they are going to invest. So I will turn back the ball to the government to make sure we are creating the friendly ecosystems that are really attracting and supporting our investors that are coming to invest locally, from getting the working permits and so forth. Thank you.
So in other words, build the foundation. Okay, thank you. Any other point? Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Abdullah Wisa. I'm working with Robotics Labs in Tanzania Open Innovation Organization. I just wanted to add something from my brother here was talking about. I think the mentality also for the founders is another issue that we are facing, as well as, when you're progressing, actually we are looking into two things. First is a mentor, and also you need a coach. So you find this kind of lifestyle or these kind of things that my brother is talking about is because that person, he has a good idea, but he doesn't have a coach who can help him, like, this is the road you're supposed to take, and a mentor who can help you to reach where you're looking for. Thank you. That's my touch.
Nice discussion. Who else wants to chip in, please? The audience. I said, this is discussion for everybody. Jamani, mawazo yenu. Kuna mchangaji mwingine? We need a lady. Yes, yes, you are a lady. Go ahead.
Okay, so on the point you spoke about mentorship and coaching. So I think another challenge for young founders and people who have initiatives in tech like I is getting a mentor at first, then okay, after someone says, okay, I'm fine, I'm okay to be your mentor, how do you navigate through that? How do you engage with the mentor? That is also another challenge. Someone can agree to be your mentor, but then you don't even know what to ask, when to approach, what to approach about. And of course, another thing is the difference between mentorship and coaching. So coaching is towards a goal. You have set a goal at this point, I want to be here, and you work towards that goal, you reach the goal, you are done. Mentorship is something which is lifelong. It continues. It's beyond just reaching one goal. It is something which is continuous and navigating throughout the whole process. So I think we should also try to help our young founders to get mentors, and also help them to know how to engage with the mentors so that they can get the best out of their mentors.
Yep, mentoring and coaching. These are two different things that happen. Any other point of view? Yes, please. Yeah, a lady, finally. Okay. And then we have one in the back there. Okay, start over here and then that side. And then we'll start wrapping up.
Well, I'm trying to approach this mentorship and the difference between mentorship and coaching. Well, I can describe a mentor as a person who is like that person who puts a mirror in front of you and shows you like who you are, the person who is not afraid to tell you that this is wrong, even when that person who does not care how you're gonna feel about that, and he's just gonna punch you with the truth, doesn't care that you're gonna get hurt or not. And that's a coach. And a mentor is a person who is going to advise you, maybe connect you, and when maybe they see you're not going on the right track, they're gonna correct you. But what is contradictory, and this is really contradictory to me too, that sometimes we really, it's like we don't want to think. Sometimes we act as zero-sum minds because we don't want to think. And whenever we think that we have mentors, we don't take full accountability. We're just waiting for the decision. Like, if there is a mentor, say my mentor is Miss there, and maybe you're my mentor, and there is something I want to decide on, I'm going to directly come to you and ask you. And then when you tell me a yes, then I'll just go directly into it. And when it fails, I just don't want to take accountability for it. I just say, I was mentored by a certain person. And so that's something that is contradictory. And I think most of the people should look at it in a different perspective, in an angle. Having a mentor doesn't mean that you have to escape your accountability. You have to be fully accountable of everything that you have to do.
Thank you. Accountability is important then. Yes, over there.
Okay, thank you. My name is Zawja Mohammed from Nuriyat Foundation. I'm just here to add concerning mentors. You know, we youth, you should be very careful on what mentors do you really want, you know? We should check on ourselves, like what are we doing? And this the right person to mentor me. So we should evaluate ourselves before we start blaming those who have trusted to mentor us. Not everybody can mentor, then we should understand that. And then we youth should be ready to sacrifice, you know. Funding, sometimes funders, they are likely to see what you have been doing. Sometimes wanasema kizuri kinajiuza, you know. So if you have been doing, sometimes funders may even come to you. You don't have to follow, to chase, or to do anything. So we should be ready to volunteer. We should be ready to sacrifice. And lastly, and this was supposed to be the first, we have to put God in everything, you know. When we know God, you know everything. God will guide us. I do believe that. So we should take our time. Let's evaluate ourselves. Let's sacrifice. Let's volunteer. You know, we youth having the tendency that when you have an organization, is the way for you to get money. Sometimes it's not like that. You should be ready and passionate to do on what you dream or what you think on or what you have been thinking of doing. You know, like, you know what? I'm having this. So where can I get money? It is not like that, my friend. Start doing what you have, and then the right people will come to you. Thank you.
Amen. You could be a nice preacher also, you know. Yes, yeah, that hand over there, the gentleman. Yes, over there. As we end up, I'd like those in the audience, if you have an AI startup, tell us your challenges in terms of funding, excluding you guys at the front here. From the audience, when you finish. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. So my name is Isa from the Tanzania AI community, but one of the other hats I wear is the Serengeti Business Angel Network. And we are an angel investment network looking at startups within the tech space and beyond the tech space as well. And so I just want to emphasize these things even if they have been repeated, but there are a number of investment opportunities and venture capital firms, angel networks that are looking for startups to invest in. So if you are in that space, do explore some of the angel networks such as the Warioba Angel Network, the Serengeti Business Angel Network, as well as other hubs in the space looking at the technology. One of the things that we find difficult to handle is when people come with questions or ideas that they can test on their own. They don't require guidance if someone's willing to spend the time to Google it and do it on their own. But then you're getting generic questions around, oh, what is the best AI algorithm to solve this particular problem? Like, have you tried to read any research papers yet? Have you tried to Google the problem? When you're facing a specific challenge, then it's easier to support. And once there is an existence of a proof of concept and some implementation in the market, it becomes a lot easier as investors and angel networks to be able to say, we're willing to put in some of the financing to scale this up. So there is funding opportunities within the ecosystem and the space. And a lot of times, yes, the information is hidden behind a few bubbles. But if you talk to the different hubs, they can do introductions to a lot of these spaces. So if you do have a startup in technology, in AI, you've done a level of testing in the market already and are looking for investment, then please feel free to come talk to me, to come talk to some of the networks that exist, and we can see how to facilitate that process.
Nice to see you, Isa. Nice to know you have the money there. So, ladies and gents, Isa is the one to go to for more funding for AI startups. Ladies and gents, I think we'll wrap it up here. Mr. Mungi will be happy. I tried to cut it short. As we end, at least you should be aware that as you deal with startups, there are three types of startups or entrepreneurs. Call the stomach entrepreneur or stomach startup, the business entrepreneur or business startup, and the passionate startup or business entrepreneur. If you need more, let's talk later. Thank you very much. Let's give them a hand. Great.
Pleasure always.
Nice. Good jobs.
Dr. Mula, Mr. Ali, and Dr. Nice, thank you so much for your insights on crowdfunding, angel, and venture capitalist funds. And the early seed funding obviously were incredible, insightful, and beneficial to the audience. Thank you so much. Another round of applause to them. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. Our next session is about promoting of youth-led AI startup. I would like to welcome Ms. Catherine Rose Barreto, founder of Binary Lab. A round of applause for Ms. Catherine. Thank you. Yeah, so you can call you panelists. So obviously we are running out of time, but you obviously, this half an hour is going to be okay for you?
We'll try. No pressure.
No pressure?
No pressure.
Okay, that's fine. Karibu-san.
Asante. Okay. Oh, you definitely need to be taller for this. That's better. Okay, at least we've got some energy. My name is Catherine Rose Barreto. I'm a consultant working at the intersection of innovation and human capital development, and also the co-founder of an engineering edtech called Binary Labs. Today, Africa represents just 2.5% of the global artificial intelligence market. Research shows us that the technology has the potential to contribute up to $15.7 trillion to the global economy by 2030, out of which 1.2 trillion could be generated on this continent alone, representing a 5.6% increase in the continent's gross domestic product by 2030. A recent GSMA report identified over 90 AI use case applications in front-running technology markets. And I'm very glad that Elias also mentioned this earlier. These are markets like Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa. And what they've seen with within these markets is that AI has been able to drive socio-economic and climate impact. Today, among the Africa AI use cases, applications identified relate to agriculture at 49%, climate action at 26%, and energy at 24%. So when we think about our landscape is nascent, especially if we compare it to the Northern Hemisphere giants. Think China, think the USA. However, we don't believe, and our panelists don't believe, that this diminishes the continent's burgeoning AI potential. Africa, with its vast size, youthful population, and substantial arable land, is uniquely positioned for an AI revolution. And this is what we're going to explore today. We'll explore how we can overcome barriers to scaling and how we can position our youth-led AI startups on the world stage. So I'd now like to call my panel up. The first person I'd like to call up is Ms. Nectar Richards, who is an innovator. Oh, I think you can do better than that. She just told me earlier she was feeling a little bit nervous, so can we give her a bit of a round of applause?
Thank you very much for exposing my secret. I told you in confidence. But hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nectar Richard, and I'm an accelerator manager. And I promote startups, especially in the AI, or I would say in the technology sector. And I've met with a couple of startups in different sectors, in the health, edtech, and even as well in the fintech area. So I'm really excited to explore this topic, and let us have fun. To you.
Thank you, Nectar. Can we get Elias, please, up on stage? Now you're getting it. Well done. I think we're going to change it up for the next one, okay? For the next one, after Elias, when I say the next person's name, you're going to snap your fingers, okay? We'll change it up a little. Elias?
Thank you so much. My name is Elias Patrick. Nikisema Tanzania ya kidijitali mnamalizia inawezekana. Are we good? Tanzania ya kidijitali? Tanzania ya kidijitali? More. Tanzania ya kidijitali? All right, I feel like I'm a politician now. My name is Elias Patrick again. I'm the Executive Director at Tech for Tanzania. At Tech for Tanzania, we are a youth-led. Like I'm a youth, guys. As you can see, I'm not too old. And I'm surrounded with a team of engineers. Our aim at Tech Forward is to build, to leverage technology to drive positive impact in our community, specifically in our country, Tanzania. So we are in the vision of building our own solution from health to education to climate change to mental health and other spaces. So I'm looking forward to fully participate and engage in this wonderful session ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I now call up Joan Henry, please? Well done. I like this audience. Nicely done.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Joan Henry Francis, and I'm the Information Systems Assistant at Total Energies Marketing Tanzania Limited. And I'm looking forward to discuss on how established corporations like Total Energies promote and support youth-led AI startups in our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. And last but definitely not least, Alex. Consider this your finger workout for today.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Hi, my name is Alex Mkwizu, and I'm a product manager at Tausi Africa. And at Tausi Africa, we are building an inclusive credit scoring solution to be able to lend to the informal sector. As we know, most of us, we don't have credit history, most of the students, most of the youth, and the informal sector. So we are at the forefront of using alternative data to ensure that we lend to these people and they grow the economy and their businesses. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to engage with you all. Thank you.
Grab a seat. So let's dive in. Nectar, drawing from your experience mentoring startups that develop AI-embedded platforms, what are you seeing are the most common challenges you've observed young entrepreneurs face when they're trying to scale their AI solutions?
I think I can think of three challenges quickly, and I would say the first one is data quality and availability. So there is a lack of diverse data sets or quality data that startups can use to actually feed the AI that they're trying to create. And in this sense, you might find the idea is really bright, that is really does have potential and can attract different investors. But now when it comes to implementation, there is a lack of that specific data set that we need. And case in point, we had this one startup that was looking to translate the sign languages into sentences, Swahili sentences, so that the doctor can actually understand what the person needs. So in doing that, we came to realize that there's different versions of Swahili. Just the way we speak, the Swahili for here, Dar is not similar to Iringa. So there's that kind of difference. And it has been seen that there is also, it has to be considered, because even when you're translating the sign language, it has to be different, because now it's different kind of environments. So having that kind of differences and the diversity into data, there is an actual need to mine these kinds of data out there so that we can actually promote AI startups. But another one is the integration with existing systems. So established organizations already have these legacy, and when you want to integrate with their systems, it kind of gets complex in terms of getting the regulations on point, and even actually making the people understand what you want to do with their data, with their systems, and allow you to do so. And moreover, we are young people, so imagine being given that kind of permission to access that kind of thing, and even to top into that you're a startup, you're not like an established organization. So there is that kind of issue. And finally, funding for AI scaling, but I would say even funding for research. There's a need to fund for research that is just here in Tanzania. Well, it's not just about the number of men, the number of women, districts that are in this case. We want to have an issue where if it's about disability, what kind of disability? Who are they? How many women in that kind of category? So it's that kind of nitty-gritty integration, or I would say nitty-gritty kind of data that is actually needed, and the funding to actually collect such research, because it is very expensive to conduct that. And you can't expect a young person from university or even a young person from work trying to do that will be able to conduct such extensive research. Those are the top three that I've been able to encounter.
Thank you. I'm going to come to you, Elias, next, because I feel like there is, with what you've been doing in terms of the apps you've been able to now bring into the market that have experienced exactly what Nectar's talking about. As the Executive Director of Tech for Tanzania, you've worked closely with multiple youth-led AI startups. And one of the, and we talked about this earlier today, one of the major challenges they face is not building a scalable business, which is surprising for a lot of people. From your experience, what are the key factors that prevent the startups you've been working with from building and scaling effectively? And how can these barriers be addressed so that we can help young entrepreneurs within our ecosystem, in particular, to build scalable and sustainable, which I think is also really important, AI solutions?
Thank you so much, moderator, for the question. It's $1 billion question, and I hope somebody is taking a note to go and write the proposal, because so just to respond on that, there will be two angles that I will go. I'll touch the angle of the startup themselves, but also I'll touch to the high level in terms of the government. So let's start with the startups. These startups, before even I go to the nitty-gritty, they are, okay, they have been, for the last 15 years almost, they have been prepared to be employed. So from kindergarten, you went to school, from standard 1 to form 4, all you learn is Kinjekitile Ngwale, and then high school, all you learn is fishing in Sweden, and then you are done. Then you went to high school, and you went to university. I don't mean to offend anyone, and you did your bachelor degree in procurement, and then now you are done, and then during the graduation, okay, guys, go employ yourself. So you find from the get-go, this person, the mindset, you have not prepared this person to become an entrepreneur. An entrepreneur is not starting a business, it's a mindset. So you have prepared this person to be employed for the last, I don't know, couple of years, doing same routines, doing same things, Control-C, Control-V, copy and paste, because even the examination, they don't test your capability, they test what they taught you. In case you come up with your own ideas, then you get some bad things on your paper. So I will start from the perspective of we haven't really prepared our people, our startups, really into entrepreneurship. So even the university, you find people who are studying the business administration, the lecturer has not built any business. How is he teaching you to build a business, a scalable business? So it's like you're going to a witch doctor and they say like, you need this much money, you have to do ABCD. He hasn't got that really much, but he's just giving you the tips, you know. So it's the same. No, I don't offend. I'm just trying to be polite to make sure like we get it. So from the get-go, this person has not been prepared to be an entrepreneur. So the parents didn't prepare, the environment didn't prepare, no mentorship, he hasn't seen anyone doing the businesses, he hasn't seen no one in the family who has built a scalable business. So from the get-go, this person has a mindset that is not even correct. So that is the first part, the education part, the knowledge part. So that drives me to this person now, he has graduated and he has started his company, first company. So in the starting the first company, there is so much things he has to learn. He has to know finances. He has to know tax, how taxes are being paid. He has to know, or she has to know about all the landscape of businesses. So most of startups, they have technical expertise. They can go to VETA, get all the technical skills they need, but they have not been taught on building scale-up business, because at the end they have no one even in their ecosystem that has ever built a scalable businesses. And scaling a business is an art that you need to have. And bad enough, there is no that exposure that someone has built in your community that has built that scalable business. At the end, we find the startup even in their office. You find this IT guy as a startup and he's using open source code, while he has the capability to build his own in-house finance system or HR system. So because of the mentality thing that I mentioned earlier. So coming to building, why are we not building scale-up business? Number one, it's founders, they are not fully matured to be able, they are not fully exposed to be able to build a scalable business. That is number one, because of the exposure. Lack of exposure is one of the things that is making us going back. Even the founders, they are not be able, because they haven't seen that thing anywhere. Another thing for the startup, why are not they building scalable problem? Because, they haven't traveled around the world. They haven't get to see things. So at the end, we will always try to fix something just locally, and yeah, that's it. Coming to the second part is the government part. I'll be nice because today I spoke to my lawyer. I'll be try to be gentle. So number one, this is startup. Okay, now he has graduated. He used to get student loan. Now no more loan. It is very hard to get even a loan to start a business in Tanzania than getting a university loan. I hope you all agree that. Like getting a student loan, very easy. If you apply, you just get it. But same person try to go and ask you for money to start a business is already a problem on getting going. So coming to the government, this person has graduated. And then just starting, maybe I'm going to Ellie's Cybersecurity Company Limited. Now the picture, this is what the picture begins. First, you will need a BRERA. That's the first thing. So means it's not free, guys. You will need to pay. And then there is TRA awaiting for you there. And then there is municipal awaiting for you there. There is, if you go TCRA, no offense, to get a license for cybersecurity, it's around, I think, 2,000 USD. Like, I'm a startup. You haven't even paid for your office rent. So you find yourself, there is no growth. Okay, let me put it this way. There's no growth environment to help this startup to start the business. When I say growth environment, I'll give this example. I love coffee. I'm a coffee guy. So I studied different types of coffee. If you take a coffee plantation, maybe in Tanzania from Kilimanjaro or Bukoba, if you bring the same coffee plantation in Dar es Salaam, it won't grow because, yes, it's a right coffee, it's a nice plantation, but it will not grow in Tanzania. Why? It is the right product at the wrong environment that does not support growth. So yes, entrepreneurs, startups, they have good ideas, but the environment and the space we are working in does not fully help us to grow as a startup and building those scalable business. What can be done? One, creating enabling environment that will help these startups to be able, and the enabling environment, everybody has been talking about funding, but funding is huge. It started with the thing I said about mentality of the founder. The founder has to be able to take care of huge amount of money. Like, I'll use Swahili. Mtu hujawahi kumanage hata milioni 100 alafu nataka investor aje akupe bilioni 1. Utachanganyikiwa. Yani the last thing utaenda Central, please lock me up until I know what to do with this money, because we are not even trained to handle these finances. We are not being trained how to do taxation. So I will say my solution from the founders: increase your knowledge, upskill your knowledge, understand the entire ecosystem, understand how VC firms are working, angel investors, the equity space, understand all the terminologies, understand when you're building the business, all the navigations that you need. But from the government perspective, please help us creating sustainable growth environment. And I think that will be, I will stop there by now.
Thank you, Elias. So between you and Nectar, you've outlined a lot of challenges that AI startups are facing. Nectar, with the work you've been doing around mentoring startups, are there any bright sparks? Can you share 2 startups that have overcome some of these challenges?
Yes, I think I could share 2 startups that have actually made strides. One, I would say, is still in mentorship. That's Friendlycom. They are actually doing translation of sign language from Swahili sentences to an animated, I would say, icon. And then for them, they had an issue of having the right amount of funding, but even as well, the type of language that they need. So they just started with the basic Swahili that we all speak. And then moving on from there, now they were able to create at least 5 words. So the animation can actually just sign for only 5 words for now. I would say that is a success, because they came from actually just having an idea to actually building something, even though they lacked funding and expertise, but at least they moved. I think I would love to have like an honorable mention to Sarufi AI. I think we have such kind of platforms out there. I've seen their work and their integration. Yes? Oh, yes, Neurotech. The company is called Neurotech, and I think we're all familiar with the Sarufi AI because that's the one we interact with a lot. So I would say those 2 actually, they bring, I would say they bring motivation, and we are actually looking at a very, it's sort of like an example that it can be done, but just like what he said, with the right kind of support.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing up the idea of language, because I think that's really important, Elias. I love that we're inclusive, that we have a sign language interpreter here, and that there's already startups that are thinking about how do we include AI, how do we make sure that this can reach more people. So you've been developing Kitonga AI, Elias, as a Swahili language chatbot on WhatsApp, which is super interesting, and you've made a clear choice about platform. You've made a clear choice about the language you're using, right? How do these decisions factor into your scaling strategy, firstly? And what advice would you give to other youth-led AI startups on our continent about making product decisions that need to balance local needs with regional, and then hopefully global scalability?
Wow, thank you so much. You got me on that one. Actually, the reason we developed the Kitonga AI, now we have 3 actually. We have Kitonga AI, we have Maiwango, we have Kiremotech for farmers. Specifically to Kitonga AI, and they're all live on WhatsApp, and they're in Swahili. For me as a builder, most of founders, they are not data-driven. They just build, but with no backup of data. So even when they build, there's not that backup of there are real users out there. So with a bit of the study we did, Kiswahili is it's the AU language after all. It is widely spoken in Tanzania and East Africa. So our strategy, or my strategy, why we decided to put it in Swahili, it's because, number one, Tanzania itself, we have over 66 million people, and already according to the recent TCRA data, almost 24 million smartphone users. So why WhatsApp? Because we didn't want to build an app, start telling you, go download, we build on existing, because we know if you have WhatsApp, you have a smartphone, directly you have WhatsApp. So now we are building on top of existing platform, but innovating. So whatever we are doing, we just innovate. all you need is just to save a number of Kitonga. So in terms of the strategy, we did a bit of analytics and we understood like, okay, 25 million is not bad. If we get 10 million users, that's enough. But also, the strategy was to do the pilot locally. So for all the startups in the building, your pilot you should have the scale-up plan ahead of time, but start by local. Because now local will give you some issues like fix 1, fix 2, maybe the design is not good, maybe edit 1, 2, 3, and then when you are thinking of scaling up, it becomes so easy. So like now, Kitonga AI is around in the entire East Africa and SADC. We are rolling out before November, and Kilimo Tech, we are launching actually in the UK every January. And it's going to be Africa platform. It's no longer a Tanzania platform because we have tested some few metrics in Tanzania and we found it's working.
Can we, when you talk about data and testing, how many users are you testing with? It's not 5, right? How many are you talking, Elias?
I think it's TRA here. I'm not charging them. It's free, so don't be shocked. So
give us an average because it's great to know what you say testing.
So like for Kitonga, it's now above 50K.
So about 50,000 users, that's your testing base?
Yes, that's the testing because we want to navigate, to see, so we have categorized them in age group. So we know like, okay, this age, they're this language. This age, they don't need something complicated. So it helps us in the designing part. So for startups, do your math, do a lot of research, don't be lazy, do your math, do your research. And then number 2, when you are building, let the data lead you when you are building it, refine it. And number 4, innovate as you go. I think that's.
Thank you. If you haven't downloaded it, it says, how easy is it to download Kitonga
I think we have a booth outside, Tech Forward or Kilimo Tech, so I'll invite you. There's a tech team out there, so you can go, you can scan the QR code, and you can be able to access it. And for Kilimo Tech, just to expand for the people who are not aware, it helps our farmers to get real-time data from the market. You want to farm tomato, you have no idea, you can ask.
And how many farmers are on your platform?
That I will need to keep it private for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Elias. So I want to move from Elias to Joan Henry, because I think we've looked at the startup perspective, right? And we've looked at kind of the small scale. Let's move to the larger perspective of a multinational company like Total Energies. How do you see the potential for collaboration between established corporations and youth-led AI startups in the Tanzanian context?
Okay, so the potential for collaboration between established corporations like Total Energies and youth-led AI startups, I can say it can be rooted in 3: innovation and mutual benefit, sustainability and corporate responsibility, and lastly, knowledge sharing and capacity building. So when I start with innovation and mutual benefit, so we see AI and youth in general, they bring up fresh ideas, creativity. And it's this kind of creativity that we need in developing more greener solutions for a sustainable future. So together, these corporations and youth-led AI startups can collaborate to promote innovation in the sustainable sector. And moving to sustainability and corporate responsibility, so as a global company in the energy sector, we're committed to sustainability. And this includes collaborating with these startups to develop more eco-friendly greener solutions that can help drive the energy transition in our country. And through this, we are able to fulfill the corporate social responsibility given back to our community by collaborating with these youth AI startups. And lastly, in knowledge sharing, so through this collaboration, we are able to provide mentorship, knowledge sharing, and incubator programs. Yes.
Thank you, Joan Henry. And could you share, because I'm sure this question will come out in the Q&A, what initiatives or programs does Total Energies have or plans to implement in the future that the young people, of those of us sitting in this room that are thinking about, AI intervention can tap into and can look forward for?
Okay, so one major initiative that Total Energies has is the Startup Challenge. So this is a challenge that is run every year in the 32 African countries. And among those, there are 9 in the East African and Indian Ocean region, where Tanzania is among them. So this is a challenge that is aimed to support and promote AI mostly startups, which are below 3 years, or if you have a business idea that can be easily developed after a few months after the challenge. So we're there for the winners who emerge as leaders. For the 3 winners, they'll be able to get financial support, mentorship, and they'll be able to develop the solutions and really provide an impact to the planet and the community.
So you're saying you're even looking at good ideas?
At good
ideas in the Starter Upper Challenge?
Oh, yes,
okay.
yes.
That's
yes,
amazing. And that's really nice to hear that you are open to good ideas, because as we heard earlier when George was on the panel, a lot of investors want 3 years. They want to see traction. They want to see the numbers. So the fact that Total Energies is thinking with a youth lens, right, around young people, and especially if we think about Gen Z now, have some really interesting ideas that are very different. And so it's exciting to hear that. Thanks for sharing that, Joan Henry.
Thank you.
So Alex, I'm going to come to you because you're another part of this value chain where you're saying, okay, you want money, but let's look at your credit scoring. And Elias is laughing. I feel like he's been down that route. As the project manager at Tausi Africa, you're at the forefront really of using AI and alternative data for credit scoring within the informal sector. How do you see this innovation in fintech contributing to the growth and global competitiveness of youth-led AI startups on the continent? And what lessons can other young entrepreneurs sitting with us today learn from Tausi Africa's journey?
Okay, thank you very much for the good question. I will start with the first part. So when you look at the part of engaging with the AI global ecosystem, we start with the local part. I will share a story for how Tausi came about. So we have a consulting firm called Afropav Analytics, and we were consulting around finance and data. And that was a key problem that came to us for microfinance institutions and banks, that they're having challenges to scale from the people that they don't have credit history, right? So we thought there is a need to create a product around it, and that is how we formed Tausi. So Tausi core's mission is to look at different opportunities that we can get alternative data. And I will say why we're using alternative data. But we are using alternative data to ensure that a youth who was just graduated, who doesn't have credit history, or you are a business and you don't have credit history, how can we create a confident credit score that I assume I am a microfinance institution or I am a bank, right? How do I lend to you? I need to trust you. So what we are trying to do is look for those data points that can help these financial institutions to trust you. And the key challenge why we're using alternative data is because Tanzania hasn't yet adopted open financing. So what is open financing? For people who visited Europe or Nigeria, there's a concept whereby banks and other financial institutions share data. Now, if we have that in place in Tanzania, it would help us, right, to be able to credit score with the existing data that is present there. But we don't have access to those data. Yes, we don't complain. We are going to use what we have, and that is alternative data. Now, we know most of us, we do a lot of transactions through our mobile money, and what if we can be able to use those transactions and how you perform those transactions to create a credit score, right, that will help us to send this credit score to microfinance institutions and banks to provide loans. So that is the key thing. And now, how do we scale? That is the key thing, and how do we look forward to the global AI ecosystem? So the key thing here is for us to find the right approach, which we do have already. So the key of scaling to the global market is now replicating this solution that we have solved here to the different markets. And we are happy to say that we have received requests from Malawi and Nigeria to create a similar kind of solution, because the problem that is present in Tanzania is also present in other African countries. And that is what we're doing. And we're not saying that we're the first company, but we're the first Tanzanian company to do this. So there are other companies that are international that they've been doing these services for MNOs. For those who don't know what MNOs are, is mobile network operators such as Vodacom and Tigo and the banks. So what we're doing is creating a localized solution and a local farm, providing that credit score experience here. And with that, we're looking forward to scale by tailoring this kind of solution and fixing it to other markets. One thing here is because when you talk about scaling in Africa, Africa is not a uniform market like Europe. So that means when you're trying to push your solution to a country like Nigeria, you have to be able to cater the needs of the Nigerian people. Yes, so that's it.
Thank you. And Elias has been like nodding the entire time you've been talking. So I'm going to stick with you, Alex, because I think you have a really different lens also. Beyond your work at Tausi Africa, you're very involved in community building and open source advocacy. And if you think about all the work you've been doing, kind of these grassroots efforts in empowering youth through open source, how can we better connect these local initiatives to whether it's a regional tech ecosystem or a global tech ecosystem? Because as Elias said, part of this is the mindset and understanding the world beyond our borders. So how can we connect our tech communities regionally and globally?
Yes, so for the basic of tech communities and open source, we need to understand what challenges we are facing as Africans or basically Tanzanians. My friend here, Elias, has talked about exposure and how exactly do you learn, right? You have talked about people to learn equity terms and all that. However, I would say that learning all these issues by yourself is really difficult. However, the reason why we are building communities is for peer-to-peer learning. There are people who are smarter than you. There are people who have gone through that experience. So communities help you to leverage that experience and the networks that are present for you to grow your understanding. And as we talk about communities, we can send everyone to tours or exchange programs. But for those few who get a chance to go to get exposed to those different kind of programs, how do you leverage that by engaging the communities back home? How do you bring that information back home? How do you train your fellow colleagues back home? That is one point. However, there is a concept around open source. We are talking about data. We are talking about we youth to be empowered in learning new skills and engaging with larger global ecosystem. So I will talk about Meta. Meta and Mark Zuckerberg is at the forefront of open sourcing their technologies. They're believing that if they want to grow and impact the community, basically the route to go is open source. Why? We want people to tailor these solutions to the problems here in the country, right? Now, if you have a proprietary software, we can't have access to that. But I am proud that through the hackathons and the workshops that we are building, there are students and youth that have built solutions by using the open source AI models. That is one part. We have companies like Mozilla who support volunteering contribution of data. We are talking about different kind of Swahili dialects, right? You can contribute to Mozilla, right? And this data that you're contributing is not proprietary. You can use it as a startup to build your solution, right? So the concept around open source is not only about software, it's about data, it's about communities, it's about having access to these solutions and data and resources that anyone can innovate from anywhere.
So let's talk communities, because there's a lot of young people in the room. There's a lot of stakeholders that are working with communities. What are some of these communities that all of us should be going to or seeking out. There's the Python communities for Tanzania, which are found across the country. There's the Tanzania AI meetups that happen monthly. What else is happening for young people to be able to access these communities?
Yes.
Let's make it tangible and let's make them reachable.
Yes. We have a couple of initiatives, and one of them is the PyCon Tanzania, which is a really great community. Python is an open source language, and for those people who they don't know about it, it's a very good language, and it has been used mostly in data analysis and building AI models. And I think there's a conference coming in, right?
Yeah, 1st to the 5th of December. This year we have the PyCon conference, it's the 5th conference, and it'll be held at UDSM. But there's a lot of other communities, people.
Yes.
There's the
So we have
Gen
the
AI there's the Gen AI community as well.
We have the Sarufi AI Generative Community, whereby they host their events at the end of every month. We have the Tanzania AI Lab community, and they support if you have an idea, you want to volunteer. We have talked about open source. So basically, with open source, you have a chance for you to work with different kind of AI products that are present in the market, not only in Tanzania, but across all over the world, to contribute your knowledge and expertise. So that is a chance for you to grow your talent and grow your exposure. And also, apart from the Sarufi AI Generative Community, we have the Jungle Girls for the women around different kind of colleges. We also have, for the people who are studying secondary schools, we have the Smart Girls in ICT. It's a program that we've been running for 3 years, 3 to 4 years, and we have reached out to more than 3,000 girls, basically in secondary schools, mainly training them on digital innovation and HCD. Why HCD? Because basically you understand the root of the problem and how exactly can you solve it.
So there's a lot of avenues for young people to be able to engage in these communities and learn.
Yeah.
Thank you. I want to ask you, it's 10 years in the future. We're back on this stage. Dr. Moses has brought us back. What does our ecosystem look like, Alex?
Well,
one sentence. 10 years in the future, what does our ecosystem look like?
Well, I'm very optimistic of the future. And 10 years from now, I think I see a stage whereby we are having more younger people in this room, not only with ideas, but standing here, pitching in front of investors and raising funds.
Thank you. That's one sentence. Joan Henry, can you pass the mic down? Yeah.
So 10 years in the future, I see a more learned society. Yes.
Thank you, Elias.
So next 10 years, I see a lot of technological advancements in my country. I still have faith with our governments. I still have faith with our startup. By the next 10 years, they won't be startups. They'll be able to build a lot of solutions for our country. So I see a great country. Let's have a faith for our country. Yes, things are not moving, but let's continue building. Let's continue doing the right thing for our country. And Tanzania is going to be a better place next 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Elias. Nectar. 10 years in the future, what are you seeing?
I think for me, I see a data-driven culture or a data-driven ecosystem where a lack of understanding of what AI is and the role that data plays in it, and even as well a perceived irrelevance of data into our solutions, our lives, and the decisions that we make is solved. That's the ecosystem that I foresee.
Thank you. We will now open it up for questions from our audience. No questions, wow. We answered everything? Okay, I see 2 questions.
Yeah, my name is John Kajiba from Economic and the Social Research Foundation, Dar es Salaam. Thank you for all presenters for good presentation. Actually, it was a wonderful session. We really enjoyed it. A big clap to you. I have one question regarding the Kilimo app. In Tanzania, we have shortage of extension officers. Number of farmers does not match with number of extension officers. And the software you are introducing is a very good one. The Minister of Agriculture introduced a software known as the Mobile Kilimo, trying to assist farmers in extension services via the technology. The solution you're providing relates very much with what is being done by Minister of Agriculture. So my question to you, have you attempted to meet maybe the ministry to support them on that journey, to support my farmers in extension services as we're doing? Thank you.
Should I respond? All right. Thank you so much for the question. It's a real nice one. Yes, and the good thing, not only, by the way, I'll thank ICT Commission because they're the one who introduced me to the ministry. And not only the ministry, I actually met the minister and the entire IT team in the Ministry of Agriculture, and we have a lot of conversation, and we are still working together. So yes, they still have an app. The little bit difference from what we are building. Okay. Kilimo Tech, our key areas are 3 areas. Number 1 is access to information. That's why we have built Kilimo Tech, the AI chatbot, the AI-powered chatbot that is in Swahili, which is missing from the government platform, the application. It's not AI-powered. It depends with the data fed by the government, the guidelines, and other things. So that is number 1. But number 2 area, access to the market. That's why I said area like next year we're going to the UK because our ambassador in Tanzania and UK has facilitated some good agreements, and Tanzania now can export some of the Tanzania agriculture products to the UK, to the US, and to the global market. So the aim is to make sure farmers now are connected directly to the buyer. But before they are connected directly to the buyer, they need to be able to have the right information, like how to pay tax in the UK, what are the permits required. That's why we have the chatbot. So the chatbot gives them the information, and then the second part is to link them with the market, and the third part is to link them with the financial institutions. So we are working with the financial institutions. I wouldn't mention them, but the aim, now you have a tender of providing maybe 1 ton, 2 ton, 10 tons, and you have some shortage of fund. And as you know, farmers are not credible because their business is more seasonal. So they can get some line of credits when they have a customer, and then they can deliver. So like those 3 areas, access to finance, access to market, and so not to replicate the efforts that is being done with our government, we are still working on some terms because we want to have a public-private partnership. We believe government has a good plans, so we are seeing us as private sector. How do we make sure that those plans come to, they're just being fulfilled, but also they're impacting the more farmers in our community. So yes, we are working with the government to make sure that we don't duplicate the efforts, but rather we complement one another and see how we build the better country. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Elizabeth, and then we'll come to the front.
Thank you. My name is Elizabeth Enoch. I'm a university student. My question is, there is this profound statement that was said by one of the keynote speakers that entrepreneur isn't about starting a business, it's about a mindset. So if you were to go back in your 20s and you were to advise a person, or maybe you'd go and reflect what would be the right kind of mindset you would wish you would have adapted by that time. And the other question is, you say that most of the startups, they crumble because they aren't scalable. So, they aren't scalable. And so, you say that most of the startups aren't scalable because they lack exposure. And one of the keynote speakers said that we can get exposure from the communities, but it seems like these communities are too silent. What do you think are the reasons for this community not to be like noticed in a much populated country as Tanzania?
So I think Elias, and then Alex, and then I'll also chip in maybe.
Thank you so much, Eliza, for the great question. If I were in 20s, of which I'm no longer in 20s, but if I was in 20s, my advice would be simple. Start something. While you're studying, start something. It will give you the disciplines that you need. I'll tell you, okay, my 20s actually I was already an entrepreneur because I started my first company when I was 18. Actually, it died, natural death, but at least I started. So I learned my mistakes. So start. Some will succeed, some will fail. Don't focus on what failed. Focus on the lesson you learned on the journey, because entrepreneurship is a new journey. It's like you are driving in the new road. You have no idea about where to hit, like where are the bumps. So sometimes you might hit the bump. Nobody knew about Corona, but anyways, it came. And maybe imagine now you have the investors give you money, and all businesses are closed, and you already give them 60% equity of your company, and maybe there's some.
So your advice is, if you're in your 20s, just start.
So my advice will be just start the business. Number 2, work on the skill set that are required. The skill set that will be how to run a business, how to sell your product, how to manage people.
Okay,
Those
but
will be
Elias.
Yeah.
Elizabeth's going to be sitting there thinking, I'm 20, I'm mature, I don't know anybody, I don't know how to access DG Moses, I don't know how to access Dr. Mula Mula, I don't know how to get Isa from Tanzania AI. How do I meet these people?
It's very easy.
So tell us
I can give you two things.
one way to find somebody like you.
One, before even meet Dr. Muramura and Dr. Mosaga, number 1, Elizabeth, you guys are lucky. You are in the generation where you don't need to meet somebody physically. That's why we are talking about AI. You can go ChatGPT and learn everything. So I would say, number 1, go University of YouTube. You know University of YouTube? Learn. And number 2, go University of ChatGPT or Kitonga AI. Learn. And number 3, in the process, when now you have been exposed, when you get the opportunity, ask the right question. When you meet Dr. Muramura, don't go, I have the idea. Make sure that you know the right questions to ask and put your pitch deck. If they ask you 1 minute, because I've met these people, they don't have the whole day. They just give you 5 minutes, so you have to make sure 5 minutes you speak, you hit the point directly. So focus on getting the skills, and you don't need to meet them physically. That's why now we are talking about the transformation of using AI in learning the skills that are required for you to start a business.
Thank you. Alex, I want to come to you really quickly before the MC tells me I'm out of time. But how can Elizabeth access these communities, and why is she not hearing about them?
Thank you, Elizabeth, for the good question. The key thing about communities, especially us who are building communities, our key thing, or our key focus is impact. And with impact, we are focusing on the people, each and every individual. So it's more about quality than quantity. That is one thing that you need to understand. So we look at the resources that we have, because it's a community. We volunteer resources inside, right? And what can we offer to these people that you're trying to mentor, expose, and all that? So that is one thing. We are constrained with resources. We would love more volunteers. I would love to talk to you, to bring you into the communities, so as together we can build more awareness. So one thing is that we are constrained with resources, and we are looking at quality more than quantity. And the other thing is we would love more stakeholders to come in and support communities. I know it's a very vague word for most institutions, like what are communities, what is open source. We have been having Sarufi AI generative meters, we've been having the Tanzania AI Lab, we have been having the PyCon community, we have been having the Tanzania developers community, we have been having the Tanzania student state community. We are all having these initiatives built by students and youth. And for us, it's more about anyone who's interested to come in. We are doing our best to ensure that these messages reach out to more people, and we'll have more support. So,
thank you, Alex. Yeah. Nectar, I don't know, John, if you want to talk about communities and how you've engaged with some of the tech communities as well. Maybe after Nectar. You can go first.
I think one addition that I had to what he said is that I think it should reach a point where we challenge ourselves to actually find these communities. I think, Elizabeth, you're in UDism, yes? Yes. So UDism, I think, holds a lot of events, especially the tech events. It's up to us to actually find out what exactly is going on within our universities. And for me, I also went through UDism, and through that time, I gained a lot of experience throughout the clubs and the people that I've met throughout. And UDism is one of the most favored universities in this country. So I would say you're at the very, you're in a very, I would say you're in a very good spot for you to learn about whatever is going within the community. So let us challenge ourselves, actually. This goes out to everybody. Let us challenge ourselves to find out what is going on around our community. And coming here is a really good initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Nectar. John Henry?
My take on communities would be, first, start with yourself as an individual. What do you want? What do you want to achieve? What change do you want to make? And from there, you can be able to start exploring. And the best way to explore is through these communities. Be active in social media, follow the communities. It's a good thing you attended this event, so you now have a number of communities to refer to. Find out the events that are hosted by these communities, find the people that host them, and through these communities you are able to meet different people, see how they solve different problems, what issues are they engaged in, and you'll be able to also get a sense of what do you think you can best contribute to what you've already seen. And from there, you can be able to make a very good decision on who to work with and what exactly to work on so that you can make the impact that you need to make.
Thank you all. And if you need a bit more help, Elizabeth, Claude AI has data up until April 2024. So if you look for innovation hubs, incubators, accelerators across Tanzania, you will find a list. And if you're at UDSM and you're into tech, there's the incubator, UDICT incubator, Co-ICT incubator, UNICEF has an incubator, and there's a Django Girls chapter at UDSM that is very active. So great insights, thank you very much, on how to engage with communities, how to reach out to communities. We'll take the last question, I believe, from the front row, because I see the MC is now trying to throw his shoe at me, so I'm not trying to get hit. So last question from the front row.
Thank you. For a minute, I thought you were going to pass me. I had a colleague, a friend of mine, who had to leave, unfortunately, but she made sure that I asked this question, and I know you're running out of time. So maybe it's a yes or no question. So is there a chance, granted, maybe small, is there a chance that we are using that the lack of entrepreneurial-driven curricula, or maybe lack of seeing examples of successful examples of tech solutions, is there a chance we're using that as an excuse? Because if you've been able to learn coding, which is a big thing, right? If you've been able to learn building solutions, isn't there a chance that we can learn other things? Are we using those two reasons specifically, that our education system doesn't prepare us being entrepreneurial? Our education system doesn't prepare us to manage those businesses. Is there a chance, maybe yes or no? Thank you.
So we'll run down the line again from Alex through to Nectar. It's only a yes or no.
Well, for me, I would say it's a yes and a no.
Okay, thank you. Joan?
I would have to say also yes and no.
Okay. Elias?
Yes and no. Depends with the context.
Okay. Nectar?
Similar to my panelists.
So I think, are you a lawyer or is your friend a lawyer? Because that feels like a very lawyer kind of question. So I think our panelists have shared really extensively that if we really want to build this robust ecosystem, this robust tech ecosystem that has tools like AI, and we're developing AI startups, there's a lot of things within our value chain that need to come together, right? And we've heard, and just looking to your question, is our panelists have shared some of this. They've talked about the value that we can leapfrog in terms of mobile phones, right? And this is what Elias is looking at. How do we unlock potential of AI? And that will require overcoming critical barriers, including the limited availability of data centers and expensive technology investments. And I love when you talked about the mobile phone, because I think the mobile phone has huge potential in unlocking those, those opportunities for us. Going back to your comment about, yes and no, if we can address the digital skills gap, we can increase the availability of smartphones, mobile phone-based solutions. So going back to education, it becomes a really important piece. And not just education in terms of digital skills, but we're talking about Python, for example, are languages that we need young people to be able, anybody actually, to be able to grasp if you want to build those AI models and frameworks, right? So education is part of that value chain. Technology is part of that value chain. Data centers is part of that value chain. Electricity and power to run those data centers, that's part of this value chain. Our panelists also stress the need for a shift in mindset, right? So we need to be thinking with a different mindset, and that's how we need to grow, and that goes back to education. Partnerships. Elias mentioned this, Alex mentioned this, Joan mentioned this very clearly. The idea of partnerships across broad ecosystem partners. And this has to include big tech, this has to include government, NGOs, MNOs. There's a lot of partners within the value chain, again, that need to come together. And I think as African countries, as we shape our unique AI strategies, it's important for us to be intentional in how we develop and define regulatory frameworks to ensure that we promote ethical AI development and safeguard societal interests if we really want to move towards sustainable solutions that benefit all our communities. Nectar raised this idea of we need to collect more data, and we have to have access to our own data. And we need to find ways to facilitate data democratization policies across our continent. Again, another part of this value chain, making it very difficult to say yes or no. So we talked about this earlier, and even though our AI footprint is small compared to global leaders, I think, and we've seen this from across our panelists, the continent is on the cusp of an AI revolution. With its unique demographic and geographic advantages, I don't think Africa is just participating in the AI wave, but as we've heard today, we are really in a position to redefine its applications in a manner that resonates with our diverse communities and our needs. So the story of AI is unfolding rapidly, marking the beginning of a transformation era that could harness the power of AI for inclusive growth and development. I think it's really clear from our panelists that the future is bright, and as a country and a continent, we are poised to take the lead. So thank you very much, asanteni sana, and can we have a huge round of applause for our incredible panelists? Thank you to the questions, even the ones in the gray area, we love those. And to our MC, can we get a quick group picture, if that's okay?
Absolutely,
we won't be
you
disruptive.
Can take
Thank you.
No problem.
Can we get a photographer?
Yes.
Yeah.
Catherine Rose, Nectar, Arias, and Alex, thank you so much for your contribution to the promotion of youth-led AI startup session. We really appreciate your time and expertise. Another huge applause for the team, for the moderator and the panelists. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I think this is the end of our day 2 of Tanzania Annual ICT Conference 2024. Obviously, today was Youth in ICT Day, and Before I welcome the Director General, Dr. Nkundwe Mwasaga, for wrap-up and closing speech, I would like to take this moment to announce I've got a few announcements. First one, from tomorrow, all delegates and participants, you are required to wear a badge to come in. All delegates and participants, you're supposed to wear a badge all the time. So for those who have not collected their badge, you need to go to the registration booth and ask for your badge. So no one will be allowed to enter the meeting venue, the conference venue, if you don't have a badge. As I mentioned earlier, if you have a feedback, a comment, please scan you can scan the QR codes and send through your comments, questions, or anything else you want to share with the organizing team or a specific moderator panelist, and all your question will be answered straight away. Last one. Every time you tweet or you share a photo to your social media accounts, please make sure you tag the ICT Commission social media, and please write the hashtag TAIKI 2024. And for today, you just put another hashtag, Youth in ICT for Nyerere Day. That is it for the announcements. I would like now to call, to request Dr. Nkundwe Mwasaga, the Director General of ICT Commission, to do the wrap-up. A huge round of applause for him. Thank you so much, Doctor.
Thank you, Tumaini. You are always very kind. What a day we have. We started in the morning, full with many presentations that we have. Like the way I started in the morning, we are very lucky today to have a Youth Day in ICT, in the special day that we have in Tanzania, which is Nyerere Day. We are so proud with that our event has happened in this special day. And our father of our nation believed on youth, and we believe on youth very well. Today we have a number of sessions. We started with a keynote lecture about how to calculate the contribution of AI and robotics in the country GDP. We did discuss thoroughly on that, the methods on how we calculate the GDP itself. And then we had a panel discussing about unleashing AI and robotics for socio-economic transformation, which is a theme for this conference. And then we had AI for public good, of which we had two presentations. One is about geospatial AI, optimizing the public sector efficiency and the resource allocations. And we had another presentation about building trustworthy AI systems. Then we had very interesting robotics workshop, of which we were all thrilled to find that the future of AI and robotics in Tanzania is so bright, because we were able to see students of secondary school showing their prowess on how to design systems, making system work, and things like that in front of us. I've been thrilled, and I think everyone was so happy to see that. And then we had a session about funding opportunities for AI startups in Tanzania, of which we had one of our own, Dr. Mulamula, and a number of presenters in this area who are very experienced in that kind of things. And then the last one is promotion of youth-led AI startups, of which Catherine Rose Barreto was the one that moderating it, and actually it was a very interesting thing. So this is the second day of our conference. Our conference is taking 5 days. These two events, that one which happened yesterday and today, we call them pre-events, but they are very, very important for us. Because as a country, we want to build an inclusive digital economy. So these two groupings are very important for us to know where successes are and what are the challenges and what are the plans that we have for women in ICT and also youth who are the future for our country. Starting tomorrow, we start the actual conference. It's going to run for 3 days. That is tomorrow on Wednesday and Thursday. Tomorrow morning, we're going to have an opening ceremony of where our Minister of Information, Communication, and IT will grace the opening ceremony of that event. The event will be broadcasted live in all the TV stations and be streamed in the internet. And also, we are going to have a closing ceremony on Thursday, and it's going to be broadcasted everywhere. So it's a special event that will happen in the morning. After the opening, we are going to start with our program the way we have planned it. It's going to be very exciting because I'm very happy to see that the experts are here, both experts from Tanzania and experts who travel all the way to come and share with us things that has to do with AI and robotics, of course for the socio-economic benefits, and also to ensure that we are in line with all the development which are happening in the world. So with that few words, I want to say to you that we are very thankful for devoting your time. I can see that we still have a lot of people in this hall for these 2 special days, and we are looking forward to see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll have more people, to say the truth, because there'll be a lot of people coming tomorrow in the actual conference. But with these 2 days, we have learned a lot, getting a lot of feedback. We have seen where to plan for ourselves until next conference, which, of course, TAIC is always happening in October of every year. So with these few words, thank you once again. Looking forward to see you tomorrow morning. Asante sana.
Another round of big applause to our Director General, please. Okay, I think that was the end. So see you tomorrow morning. Karibuni sana.